Ed. Buddha's Last Journey, a Buddhist sleep story through northern India. The final months of the Tathagata, there is a mountain outside the city of Rajagaha that the people there have always called Vulture Peak, not because vultures live there in any great number, but because the silhouette of its highest rocks, seen from a distance in a certain slant of evening light, resembles a bird with folded wings, patient, waiting, watching the valley below settle into dusk. It is not a tall mountain, it does not need to be. What it offers is not height so much as distance, a vantage point just far enough above the ordinary noise of a great city that the noise becomes, instead of clamor, something more like breathing. A city breathing. A city alive. You are walking up this mountain now slowly behind two figures who have walked this path more times than either of them could count. One of them is very old, and he is 80 years old, 8 full decades carried in a body that was, once, by every account that has survived him, extraordinarily strong, extraordinarily handsome, extraordinarily capable of long walks and longer fasts, and the kind of physical endurance that made it possible for a young prince to wander for 6 years in search of something most people never look for at all. That body is different now. It moves carefully on the uneven stones of the path. It pauses sometimes, not dramatically, just briefly, the way an old door pauses on its hinges before swinging the rest of the way open. His skin has the particular softness of skin that has spent 80 years in sun and rain and meditation and walking, the skin of someone who has been outdoors in one way or another, not for almost the entirety of a very long life. The other figure beside him is younger, though not young. A man in his own middle years, devoted in the specific and total way that some people are devoted only once in a lifetime, to one person, for the whole of their adult years. His name is Ananda. He has walked beside the old man for decades now, has carried his bowl, has fetched his water, has stood guard outside his door at night, has remembered, with a memory the tradition would later call the most retentive memory of any disciple in the entire Sangha, every single word the old man ever spoke in his presence. He is the one who will, after all of this, be the reason any of these words have survived for you to hear them now. 25 centuries later, on whatever road or bed or quiet room you happen to be resting in tonight, the two of them reach the top of Vulture Peak. The old man stops. He turns slowly, the way an old man turns when there is no urgency left in his body for fast movements, and he looks back down at Rajagaha. The city sprawled below them in the gold and rose light of a late afternoon, its walls outlined sharp against the darkening hills, its rooftops catching the last full angle of the sun before evening took it away entirely. Smoke rose from 100 cooking fires, the faint sound of the city's daily business. Carts, voices, a distant clang of a metal worker's hammer, drifted up to them, thinned by distance into something almost musical, almost like the city itself was humming a low, contented note to mark the ending of an ordinary day. Ananda, the old man said, "How lovely is Rajagaha, how lovely is Vulture Peak." It was such a simple thing to say, almost nothing at all, an old man admiring a view the way old men have admired views since there were old men and views. But Ananda, who had spent decades learning to hear the layers beneath his teacher's simplest sentences, felt something shift in his chest as he heard it. There was a particular quality to the way the old man said it, not wistful exactly, but full the way a cup is full right before it begins, almost imperceptibly to overflow. You may know this feeling if you have ever loved someone who is beginning, in small and almost invisible ways, to say goodbye to the world before they say it to you. The teachers have a word for the ache that lives underneath ordinary life, underneath even the loveliest evenings and the most beloved views from the tops of small vulture-shaped mountains. The word is dukkha. It does not mean suffering in the dramatic sense. It does not mean tragedy, catastrophe, grief at its most acute. It means something quieter and more pervasive. The subtle unsatisfactoriness woven into the very fabric of conditioned existence. not the fact that nothing, not even the loveliest view of the loveliest city in the gentlest light of the loveliest evening, can be held on to, can be made permanent, can be kept from changing into something else. And the teaching that explains why this is so is called anicca, impermanence. Every single thing that has ever come together will eventually come apart. Every mountain will erode. Every city will eventually be rubble beneath the feet of people who will never know its name. Every old man standing on every peak, admiring every view, will in time no longer be standing there. This is not a tragedy in the way the word is usually used. It is simply the nature of things, the nature of all things, including the people we love most, including eventually the people doing the loving. On. The old man stood at the edge of Vulture Peak for a long while, looking down at the city he had called home in one sense or another for so many years of his long ministry. The place where King Bimbisara had first welcomed him, where the great Bamboo Grove Monastery had been built, where so many of his most beloved disciples had first come to sit at his feet and ask their questions, and in time find their own answers. "This is the last time I will look upon Rajagaha," he said after a long silence. He said it the way you might say the weather is changing, or the way you might note that the season is turning. A simple observation about something that was always going to happen eventually, arriving now, on this particular evening, with this particular light falling across this particular view. Ananda did not know yet fully what this meant. He suspected. The suspicion sat heavily and quietly in his chest, the way certain truths do before we are ready to hold them with our full attention. Present, undeniable, and still, somehow held a little at arm's length, because to hold them any closer would require something we are not yet prepared to give. And he told them once, and this detail would matter more than anyone standing on that mountain that evening yet understood, that he would not leave this world the way a candle is blown out by a sudden wind. And a candle blown out is extinguished by something outside itself, suddenly, completely, with a violence proportionate to the wind that did it. That is not how he said he would go, he said. I will pass like a lamp running out of oil, slowly, gently, the flame growing smaller and smaller by such small degrees that no single moment could be pointed to and called the moment it happened, until, eventually, so naturally that it would hardly seem like an ending at all, the flame simply would not be needed anymore, because there would be nothing left for it to burn. You may not fully understand what he meant by this yet, but you will. By the time this road, the one you are walking now beside him, comes to its end. The sun continued its slow fall toward the western hills. The smoke from Rajagaha's evening fires thickened slightly as the cooking hour deepened. On. Somewhere below, a temple bell rang once. The sound traveling up to the mountaintop thinned and softened by the distance. More like a memory of a bell than the bell itself, the old man took one last long look. Then he turned, with Ananda beside him, and began the slow walk back down the mountain. Not hurrying, not lingering either, simply moving at the pace that an 80-year-old body moves, which is its own kind of wisdom, if you let it be, the wisdom of taking exactly as long as the thing in front of you actually requires. No more, no less. You are walking with them. You don't need to understand everything yet. You don't need to carry the full weight of what is beginning here on this ordinary, lovely evening on an ordinary, lovely mountain. You only need to walk. The road has a great distance still to go. There will be time, so much time, so many small and ordinary and luminous moments along the way, before anything resembling an ending arrives. For now, there is only the descent, the gold light deepening toward orange, the sound of 2 sets of feet finding their way down familiar stones in the gathering dusk, the smell of wood smoke rising to meet you, the quiet, companionable silence of 2 people who have walked together for so long that words are increasingly beside the point. Let your own breath find this same unhurried pace. In, slowly, a small pause at the top, weightless. Out, another, even more slowly. Another small pause, this one even softer, at the bottom. The mountain held its last light a little longer than the valley below, the way high places always do. One final gleam along the topmost rocks, vulture-winged, patient, watching, before the whole peak slipped quietly into the deepening blue of an early evening in ancient India, 25 centuries ago, on a road that, though you may not have known it until just now, you have been walking, in some sense, your entire life. Notice, if you are willing to notice, how your own body has shifted across the time it has taken to walk this far. How the quality of your attention has changed from the alert, upright attention of someone just beginning a long journey, something softer and more settled. The way a body that has been walking for many hours eventually finds a different, more economical rhythm, less effortful, closer to the ground, or simply present in the sensations of movement and air and the gathering dark. Your breath has slowed without you asking it to. Your muscles, one by one, have released whatever tension they were holding from the day before this story found you. Your mind, which perhaps arrived here carrying its own weight of tomorrow's concerns and yesterday's unfinished business, has been, over the course of these first few miles of road, gently and continuously invited towards something less burdened, less effortful, more at ease. You don't need to arrive anywhere specific tonight. You only need to continue, just a little further, with this same unhurried, open quality of walking, following the old man and his devoted friend down the mountain and out onto the road, toward whatever the next stretch of this long, patient, and beautifully ordinary journey happens to bring. The decision to leave Rajagaha did not arrive suddenly, the way decisions sometimes do, sharp, definitive, a door closing with an audible click. It arrived the way most of the truly important decisions in this old man's long life seemed to quietly, almost without anyone noticing the exact moment it had been made, until it had simply undeniably become the thing that was now true. A few mornings after the walk up Vulture Peak, the old man gathered the senior monks of the Bamboo Grove Monastery and told them simply that it was time to walk north, not urgently, not with any sense of crisis. The way you might tell your household that the season has turned, and it's time now to begin the journey you've always known was eventually coming. Word moved through the Sangha, the community of monks and nuns who had gathered, over the decades, around this one teacher and his teaching, the way word always moves through a community that loves someone deeply, quietly at first, then in widening circles, the news passing from the senior monks to the younger ones, and from the monastery to the lay people of the city who had supported the community for so many years with food and shelter and quiet, faithful devotion. You are leaving the vihara now. A vihara, the language of that place and time, simply means a dwelling, though in practice it had come to mean something more specific. The dwelling place is built especially for wandering monks and nuns to rest during the rainy season, when the roads became impassable with mud and the rivers swelled too high and too fast for safe crossing. The Bamboo Grove Vihara at Rajagaha had been one of the very first such dwellings ever built for this purpose, a gift from King Bimbisara himself, decades earlier, in the early years of the teaching, when the Sangha was still small enough that everyone in it could remember a time before it existed at all. You step out through its gates with the company of monks, the morning sun still low and gentle, the dust of the road not yet stirred into the choking clouds that the full heat of midday would later bring. The old man walks at the center of a loose, unhurried procession. Not a king's procession, nothing like that. No banners or trumpets or crowds gathered to watch. Just an old teacher and a company of his students, walking together the way they had walked together for so many years through so many seasons, toward so many different villages and towns where people were waiting, in their quiet, ordinary ways for whatever teaching might arrive with them. The road to the north passed first through Nalanda, even then, centuries before it would grow into the vast university that would one day draw scholars from as far away as China and Tibet, centuries before its great libraries and its thousands of resident monks studying logic and medicine and philosophy alongside the Dhamma. Nalanda was already, in its smaller way, a place where learning gathered, a mango grove here, a scattering of dwellings for monks who had chosen this particular spot among all the spots available to a wandering renunciate, 'cause something about the soil or the water or the quality of quiet beneath these particular trees made it easier to think clearly, to sit still, to come gradually closer to whatever it was they had set out from their old lives to find. The old man stayed here briefly, and he gave a short teaching to the local monks. Something on the nature of right view, the first step of the Eightfold Path, the foundation upon which everything else in the practice rests. You do not need to remember every word of it. What matters more, for the purposes of this slow walk you are taking with him, is the quality of the teaching, patient, clear, given without any sense that this might be one of the last times he would teach in this particular grove, under these particular trees, to these particular faces lifted toward him in the dappled morning light. This is perhaps, and one of the quieter gifts of growing old with grace, if such a thing is possible. The capacity to be fully present in an ordinary moment without needing to know or needing to dwell on whether it is the last time that particular moment will ever come again. The old man had, by every account, mastered this capacity more completely than perhaps anyone in recorded history. He did not perform his teachings as though they were farewell speeches. He simply taught the way he had always taught, directly, warmly, attentive to the actual people in front of him, rather than to the weight of history that would, eventually, come to surround almost everything he said. The teaching he offered at Nalanda that morning, on right view, addressed a question that monks throughout the region had apparently been turning over with some uncertainty: how to distinguish genuine, liberating understanding from the kind of clever, well-argued opinion that sounds wise, but ultimately leaves the holder no closer to freedom than before. The old man explained, in the patient, methodical way that characterized so much of his teaching, that right view was not a matter of accumulating the correct intellectual positions on a checklist of philosophical questions. It was, instead, a way of seeing clearly into the actual nature of experience as it unfolds, moment by moment, seeing the arising and passing of phenomena without the distorting overlay of craving, aversion, and the deep, often unconscious assumption of a fixed, permanent self standing apart from the flow of changing experience. A monk in the small gathering asked him directly, "How does a person know for certain that their own view has actually become right, rather than merely sounding right when spoken aloud?" The old man's answer, preserved in fragments across several later texts, returned to a theme that would recur throughout this entire final journey. The proof was not in the elegance of the explanation, but in its fruits. Right view, properly cultivated, produced a visible and verifiable softening of greed, hatred, and delusion in the person who held it. Less grasping, less aversion, less confusion in the face of life's ordinary difficulties. Wrong view, however sophisticated its presentation, left these same afflictions essentially undisturbed, no matter how convincingly it could be argued in conversation. This was, in its way, a remarkably practical and almost scientific approach to a question that other traditions of the time often resolved through appeals to scriptural authority or lineage alone. Test the view, he was saying, not by its persuasiveness, but by what it actually does to the heart that holds it. The company continued north. You walk with them through villages whose names have not survived the centuries, through fields of rice and millet, through the long stretches of forest where the road narrowed to little more than a footpath worn smooth by centuries of travelers before you. The land here in the great river plain of ancient Magadha is flat and fertile and crossed by water in every direction. Small streams, larger tributaries, the great rivers themselves still some distance ahead, all of it feeding eventually into the vast network of waterways that had, for thousands of years, made this region one of the most fertile and most densely populated stretches of land anywhere in the ancient world. At each village along the way, the pattern repeats itself with the comforting consistency of something that has happened so many times it has become its own kind of ritual. The company arrives. Word spreads quickly that the teacher is passing through. The local lay people, farmers, merchants, the occasional minor official, come out to offer food, to ask questions, to simply stand for a while in the presence of someone whose reputation by this point in his long ministry has spread across the entire subcontinent. You notice walking with them how unhurried it all is. There is no schedule pressing down on this journey, no itinerary to keep, no urgency beyond the simple, steady forward movement of an old man and his community of students, moving north at the pace that an old man's body sets, through a landscape that has been moving at its own ancient, patient pace for longer than anyone walking through it could properly imagine. In the evenings, the company camps, sometimes in the groves donated by wealthy lay people specifically for this purpose, sometimes simply at the edge of a village where the local people have offered space and shelter for the night. The monks sit in meditation as the light fades. Cooking fires are lit, modest meals prepared and shared, a murmur of quiet conversation rising and falling around the camp like the sound of a stream finding its way over smooth stones. Ananda, in these evening hours, often finds himself near the old man, not because any special arrangement requires it, but because it has simply become the natural shape of his days after so many years, be near enough to attend to whatever small need might arise. A cup of water, a blanket adjusted against the evening chill, the quiet readiness to listen if his teacher wished to speak, and the equally quiet readiness to simply sit in companionable silence if he did not. It was during one of these evenings, somewhere along the road between Rajagaha and the place that would become Patalagama, that Ananda found himself thinking back to the moment on Vulture Peak, the old man's words. Looking down at the lovely view of Rajagaha for what he had called the last time, Ananda had not asked him to explain further. There had seemed in the moment nothing more to ask. The statement had simply been made, simply received, and the two of them had walked back down the mountain together in the particular silence that exists between two people who understand that something significant has just occurred, even if neither of them is yet ready to discuss it directly. But the question had lingered in him since. What had the old man actually seen, looking back at those gates one final time? Had it been only the ordinary, lovely fact of an old friend admiring familiar scenery, the kind of looking back that anyone might do, leaving a place they have loved, simply to hold the image a little longer before moving on? Or had there been something else in it, some quieter recognition passing through him in that long moment of stillness at the top of Vulture Peak, something that even his closest and most devoted attendant, after all these years of careful attention, could only partially guess at? You may find yourself wondering the same thing, walking this road in the gathering dark of your own evening, wherever you happen to be resting tonight. The answer, like so much on this particular journey, would not arrive all at once. It would arrive slowly, gathered from many small moments along many more days of walking, the way most of the truest things in a long life tend to arrive, not as sudden revelation, but as a kind of accumulating clarity, built thread by thread, evening by evening, mile by patient mile. For now the fires burned low. The monks settled into sleep beneath the wide star-scattered sky of the Gangetic plain, and the old man, before he too allowed himself rest, sat for a while longer in the deepening quiet, his old eyes turned not back toward Rajagaha now, but forward toward whatever lay ahead on the long road north, toward Vesali and the rainy season retreat at Beluva and the village of Pava and the small unremarkable town of Kushinagar that no one in that evening's quiet camp had any particular reason yet to think about at all. And if this slow road is finding its way into you tonight, if your own breath has already begun to follow the unhurried pace of these old friends walking together through an ancient countryside, Then let it continue to settle. There is no need to hold on to anything yet. There is only the walking in the evening and the simple comfort of company moving steadily forward through the dark. Rest a little more, the road continues gently in the morning. And if you are listening to this tonight from somewhere comfortable, your own bed, your own quiet room, some space where your body has finally been given permission to stop and simply be still, then you are already doing the essential thing this road has always asked of those who walk it. You are present, you are attending, you are letting the ordinary rhythm of breath and story and the gathering weight of a late evening carry you, gradually and without effort, toward whatever rest your body and mind most need right now. There is nothing more to do tonight than this. The walking and the listening are enough. They have always been enough. They will continue to be enough for as long as this road, this particular voice on this particular evening have anything left to offer you. Let your eyes, if they haven't already, settle closed. Let the images of the road, the dusty Gangetic plain, the campfires at evening, the sound of monks waking before dawn, continue, if they will, in the softer, less structured way that images continue when we carry them across the threshold from waking into the first gentle stages of sleep. You don't need to hold on to them. You don't need to remember what came next or anticipate what is still ahead. You only need to let the road continue in whatever way roads continue when the person walking them has, finally, fully and completely allowed themselves to rest. By the time the company reached the small village of Pataligama, several days further along the northward road, something had changed in the quality of the land itself. A subtle shift you might not have noticed if you weren't paying close attention, but which became unmistakable once you did. The soil here was darker, richer, fed by the proximity of two great rivers whose combined waters made this stretch of the Gangetic plain among the most fertile anywhere in the ancient world. And where there is fertile soil and the convergence of major waterways, there is inevitably the early stirring of ambition, the kind of ambition that turns a modest village into something far larger, far more consequential, within the span of a single determined generation. You arrive at Pataligama to find it already, visibly, in the process of becoming something else. Two officials of the Magadhan kingdom, men named Sunida and Vasakara, sent by King Ajatasattu himself, had come to this exact spot some weeks before the old man's company arrived, with a specific and weighty purpose, to lay the foundations of a new fortified city, one designed explicitly to guard against the rising power of the Vajian Confederacy to the north. You can see the early evidence of their work everywhere around the village. The freshly dug foundation trenches, careful measuring lines stretched taut between wooden stakes, the small armies of laborers moving earth and stone with the particular intensity of people working toward a deadline set by someone with the power to enforce it. The old man and his company are offered lodging in a newly built rest house at the edge of the construction. A simple structure, but clean and well-made, the kind of careful hospitality that a kingdom extends to a teacher whose reputation has, by this point in his ministry, traveled well beyond the borders of any single kingdom's concern. That evening, word reaches Sunida and Vasakara that the famous teacher has arrived in the village they are in the process of transforming. They come the next morning to pay their respects, and perhaps hoping for some word of blessing or encouragement for the great undertaking they have been charged with completing. The old man receives them with his characteristic warmth, not the formal warmth of someone performing graciousness for officials of importance, but something more genuine, an old teacher's simple pleasure in meeting two men engaged in their own way in a significant undertaking, regardless of whether that undertaking falls within the usual scope of spiritual practice. He walks with them slowly along the edge of the new foundations, looking at the careful lines of the trenches, the placement of the gates that would in time control the flow of all trade and travel through this strategic location between two great rivers. And as he looks, really looks, with the particular attentiveness that had, over the decades, made him as perceptive about ordinary human affairs as he was about the deepest questions of liberation. Something in his expression shifts almost imperceptibly. Not alarm, not disapproval. Something more like the quiet, not complicated recognition of someone who can see simultaneously both what a thing will become and the seeds of difficulty already present within its becoming. He tells Sunita and Vasakara, in words the tradition would carefully preserve, that this place, Pataligama, soon to be renamed Pataliputra, would become a great city, one of the foremost cities in the entire region, a center of trade and governance that would, in time, rival any city in the known world. He speaks of this with genuine warmth, genuine appreciation for the careful planning evident in the foundations beneath his feet. But he adds something else. He tells them that a city built in this manner, in this location, with this kind of strategic and commercial significance, would always face three particular dangers throughout its long future. The danger of fire, the danger of flood from the rivers that made the location so valuable in the first place, and the danger of discord, internal division among its own people, which, of the three, he notes, would likely prove the most persistent threat across the centuries to come. He does not say this as a curse or a warning meant to frighten them. He says it the way a physician might describe the particular vulnerabilities of an otherwise healthy body, not to discourage the body from living its life, but simply because clear seeing, offered honestly, is itself a form of care. Centuries later, the Chinese pilgrim Faxian, traveling through this same region on his long pilgrimage to collect Buddhist texts and visit Buddhist sites, would walk through the ruins and remaining grandeur of what Pataliputra had, by his time, not already become and partially ceased to be, a city that had indeed risen to extraordinary heights of wealth and influence under later kings, and had indeed, just as the old man had quietly observed all those centuries before, not faced exactly the kinds of difficulties he had named: fire, flood, the slow erosions of internal discord. Faxian recorded what he saw with the careful attention of someone who understood he was documenting something that would not last forever in the form he was witnessing it, which is, itself, simply another expression of the same teaching the old man had offered to Sunita and Vasakara on that ordinary morning beside the half-dug foundations of their ambitious new city. There is a kind of attention, you might notice, that becomes available to a mind that has made full and complete peace with anicca, with the fact that everything arises and everything eventually passes away. It is not an attention that despairs at impermanence, nor one that becomes paralyzed by the inevitability of change. It is, instead, a clearer attention, freed from the anxious need to make things permanent, freed from the exhausting effort of denying what is plainly, observably true about the nature of all built and grown and gathered things. This kind of attention can simply see clearly, calmly, without flinching, both what is beautiful and worth celebrating in a thing, and what is fragile and worth tending carefully, all at the same time without contradiction. There is research now, work conducted in laboratories and hospices and quiet consulting rooms many centuries after this old man walked this particular road, into what actually happens neurologically in a mind that has made a similarly thorough peace with its own eventual ending. The anxious mind faced with mortality tends to narrow, attention contracts, defenses rise, nervous system moves into states of vigilance and threat response that, paradoxically, often make the remaining time feel smaller and more constricted rather than larger and more spacious. But minds that have done the deep and patient work of accepting impermanence as simply the nature of things, not through denial, not through forced positivity, but through genuine, lived understanding, tend, instead, to widen. Attention becomes, if anything, more available for the present moment, not less. The same neural networks that in an anxious mind would be consumed by rehearsing catastrophe and resisting the unacceptable become free, In a mind at peace with impermanence, simply notice the quality of morning light on a half-dug foundation trench, the particular ambition and hope visible in the faces of two officials building a new city, the small and ordinary loveliness of an entirely unremarkable morning that will, like every other morning, eventually become a memory, and then in time, not even that. This is not a small thing to carry with you tonight, wherever you are resting. The villagers of Patalagama, the lay people who had gathered to host the old man's company and offer what hospitality they could, became that day and in the days following deeply devoted supporters of the Sangha, offering food, offering shelter, offering the kind of practical generosity that the tradition calls dana, simply giving freely without calculation of return. None. A layperson devoted in this way to supporting the Sangha is called an upasika if a man, an upasika if a woman, not a monk, not someone who has taken on the full discipline of the renunciate life, but someone who has chosen, within the ordinary structure of a working, householding life, to orient a meaningful portion of that life toward generosity and support for those who have taken up the fuller practice. The upasakas and upasikas of Patalagama, the days the old man's company rested there, brought rice and lentils and clarified butter, brought cloth for robes, brought the small accumulated kindnesses of an entire village, deciding together that this passing teacher and his students deserve their care. You can imagine, perhaps, what this felt like from the inside of that small, half-built village. The sense of purpose that must have moved through the place, the quiet pride of having been the ones among all the villages along this long northward road who happened to be hosting these particular guests on these particular days. The old man stayed at Patalagama for some time, resting the company before the more difficult crossing that lay ahead. The great river itself, wide and swift, and at this season running high with the last of the rains. He gave several more teachings to the gathered lay people during these days, simple and practical instructions on right conduct, on generosity, on the particular happiness available to a household that orders its life around care for others rather than the endless exhausting pursuit of accumulation for its own sake. But there was something else, Atu. Something the architect overseeing the new foundations had noticed in those same days that he had not yet found the courage to mention to anyone, including the two officials who had sent him to this site. And a particular quality in the ground itself, in certain places along the planned foundation lines, that troubled him in a way he couldn't fully articulate. A quiet, persistent unease that he kept returning to in his private hours without yet understanding what exactly it was that he was sensing. On the morning the company prepared to leave, this same architect approached the rest house where the old man's party had been staying, hesitant, evidently uncertain whether his concern was even worth voicing to so significant a visitor. But something in the old man's manner, the same unhurried, fully attentive quality he had extended to Sunita and Vasakara, and to the lay people bringing offerings, to every ordinary person who had crossed his path along this entire journey, seemed to give the architect the courage he needed. He explained that in several places along the planned foundation lines, the soil seemed to shift in a way he could not account for through any of the building knowledge he had inherited from his own teachers. Small, almost imperceptible settling, occurring not gradually over seasons, as ordinary ground sometimes does, but in sudden isolated drops, as though something beneath the surface were giving way in patches too small and too scattered to easily trace to any single cause. None. The old man listened to this description with the same quality of full attention he brought to every conversation, asking several careful questions about where exactly these disturbances had occurred, how recently, and whether they seemed to follow any particular pattern relative to the nearby rivers. He did not offer the architect any miraculous solution, nor any supernatural diagnosis of what lay beneath the disturbed ground. None. He simply confirmed what the architect's own careful observation had already correctly intuited, that a city built so close to the convergence of two great rivers, on soil so thoroughly shaped by centuries of flooding and silt deposit, would always carry within it certain foundations more stable than others, and that the wisest course was not to ignore what the ground itself seemed to be communicating, but to build with this instability honestly acknowledged rather than confidently denied, reinforcing those particular sections with greater care rather than assuming uniform stability across the entire site. This small exchange, an old, dying teacher pausing on the very morning of his departure to take seriously the quiet professional anxiety of a worried craftsman, reveals something worth holding alongside the grander, more obviously significant moments of this journey. Wisdom, in this account, expresses itself just as fully in the willingness to listen carefully to an anxious builder's intuition about settling soil as it does in the great public teachings offered to kings and courtesans and gathered crowds. The architect returned to his work that day with his quiet unease neither dismissed nor magically resolved, but properly heard, properly honored, and translated into something practically useful. Build honestly with what the ground actually tells you, rather than what you wish it would tell you. You may find yourself wondering, as the old man's company finally prepares to leave Patalagama and continue toward the great river crossing ahead, what exactly that architect had seen. The answer would not come immediately. Some questions, on a long road like this one, are simply carried forward, held gently, without urgency, until the moment, days or weeks later, when the answer arrives on its own, in its own time, the way most true answers tend to arrive when you stop forcing them and simply continue, patiently, walking. For now the company gathers its few possessions, says its grateful farewells to the lay people of Pataligama who had cared for them so generously, and turns its slow, steady pace toward the river ahead, toward Vesali, the welcome of an old friend the old man had not seen in some years, and a mango grove that, though none of them yet knew it, would become the site of one of the most quietly significant encounters of this entire final journey. The road continues. You continue with it. The river, when the company finally reached its banks, ran wide and brown and full, with the last heavy rains of the season, moving with the particular muscular urgency that great rivers carry when they are at the height of their seasonal power. This was the Ganges itself, not the smaller tributary the old man had crossed by ferry years before, near the very beginning of this long final journey, but the great river proper, the one that gave its name and its life-giving water to the entire vast plain through which the company had been walking for so many days now. And there was no simple ferry crossing available at this particular point along the bank, or rather there was, but the ferryman, and seeing the size of the old man's traveling company and the urgency with which so many ordinary travelers were also trying to cross at this same swollen, difficult season, were overwhelmed, their small boats making slow, repeated trips back and forth across the wide brown water, while crowds gathered impatiently on both banks. And the texts that have preserved this journey record what happened next with a particular tenderness, the kind of detail that survives in a tradition's memory, not because it demonstrates supernatural power for its own sake, but because it captures something true about the quality of attention and care that defined this old man's entire life, right up until its final months, while the ordinary travelers waited, frustrated, numbed, for their slow turn at the crowded ferry crossings. The old man and his company of monks are remembered as having crossed the river by some other means entirely. The accounts vary in their specific language, some suggesting a kind of effortless passage that the more devotional strands of the tradition would later elaborate into fuller accounts of miraculous crossing. While the more restrained historical reading simply notes that the company found their way across with notable ease, perhaps through the quiet, practiced calm of monks long accustomed to fording rivers. perhaps through some combination of skill and the simple good fortune of finding an unexpected, less crowded crossing point further along the bank. What matters walking this road with them now is not so much the precise mechanism of the crossing as the feeling the text wanted to preserve: ease where others experienced difficulty, calm where others experienced anxious crowding, a company moving through an obstacle that, for so many others on that same riverbank that same day, had become a source of real frustration and delay. You might think of this, if it helps, as a kind of teaching offered without a single word being spoken, the visible demonstration of what a mind unclouded by anxious grasping actually looks like in ordinary practical circumstances. Not magic exactly. No, the tradition would, in time, come to speak of it in exactly those terms. Simply the natural, visible fruit of decades spent cultivating a particular quality of unhurried, unanxious presence. A quality that, it turns out, tends to find its way more easily through difficult crossings than the anxious, crowded urgency of minds still caught in grasping and fear. On the far bank, the company continued north, down, the land beginning now to show the particular character of the Vajian Confederacy's territory, a different political arrangement than the kingdoms the old man had grown up in and spent most of his ministry traveling through, and where Magadha and Kosala and the other great kingdoms of the region were ruled by single monarchs. The Vajian Confederacy operated through a more collective system of governance, a council of elders and clan representatives who met regularly to deliberate and decide matters of shared concern. It was, by the standards of the ancient world, an unusually participatory form of rule, and the old man had, over the years, expressed genuine admiration for several of its specific practices. Practices he would, in fact, soon hold up as a model worth preserving, in a teaching that would come to be known as the Seven Conditions of Welfare. But before that teaching there was Vesali itself to reach, and just outside its walls a mango grove, and the woman who owned it, waiting, in her own way, for the old man's arrival. Her name was Ambapali. She was, by every account that has survived her, extraordinarily beautiful. Beautiful enough that her beauty itself had become, over the years, a kind of civic asset to Vesali, a point of pride for the city the way a particularly magnificent temple or a particularly skilled guild of craftsmen might be a point of pride for some other city. She was a courtesan, in the specific sense that term carried in ancient Indian society. Not simply a woman of no status, but a highly trained, highly cultured figure whose accomplishments extended across music, dance, conversation, and the subtle social arts that made her presence genuinely sought after by the wealthiest and most powerful men of the region. She had, through the careful accumulation of this status and the wealth that came with it, now become one of the richest individuals in all of Vesali. Wealthy enough to own, among her other properties, a substantial mango grove on the outskirts of the city, a place of shade and quiet beauty that she had in recent years begun opening to wandering ascetics and teachers passing through the region. When word reached her that the old man's company was approaching Vesali, she did not wait for him to arrive at the city gates. No. She had her finest chariot prepared, and she rode out along the road to meet him directly. Her retinue of attendants trailing behind her in a procession bright enough, the texts note with a certain gentle humor, now be visible from a considerable distance. She found the old man's company resting along the road, and she descended from her chariot, and she approached him with the particular grace of someone whose every movement had, for years, been trained to a kind of effortless elegance, and then, without hesitation, without the slightest performance of false modesty or excessive ceremony, she simply asked him directly if he and his community of monks would consent to take their meal at her mango grove the following day. The old man accepted simply, the way he accepted most invitations offered in genuine good faith, without any apparent calculation of who was asking or what status they carried, without the slightest hint of the kind of careful social weighing that so often governs which invitations get accepted and which get politely declined. Ambapali, overjoyed, returned to Vesali to prepare. And it was not long after she departed that a second group arrived on the same road, a company of young Likshavi princes, sons of the leading clan families of the Vajian Confederacy, dressed in the kind of magnificent finery that young aristocrats of considerable wealth and status tend to favor. Bright silks, elaborate ornaments, the particular swagger of young men who have rarely in their privileged lives been told no. They too had heard of the old man's approach. They too wished to secure the considerable honor of hosting him and his community for a meal, and they arrived expecting, with the easy confidence of their rank, that such an honor would naturally fall to them rather than to a courtesan, however wealthy and however beautiful. The old man told them simply and directly what had already happened. He had already accepted Ambapali's invitation for the following day's meal. He could not, having given his word, now set it aside simply because a group of higher status petitioners had arrived shortly afterward with a competing offer. The texts record the prince's reaction with a small, vivid detail that has survived the centuries precisely because of how human and how recognizable it is. They snapped their fingers in frustrated disappointment, the ancient equivalent, perhaps, of the kind of exasperated gesture anyone might make upon discovering they have been narrowly, frustratingly beaten to something they had assumed was theirs for the asking. "We have been outdone by the Mango Grove girl," one of the accounts records them exclaiming, with a mixture of genuine annoyance and the particular good humor that allows young men of real privilege to laugh, eventually at their own minor defeats. There is something worth sitting with in this small exchange that goes well beyond its surface charm. The old man's refusal to set aside Ambapali's invitation was not, the tradition is careful to clarify, any kind of political statement about status or hierarchy or the relative worth of courtesans versus princes. It was simpler than that, and in its simplicity more profound. A promise once given, freely and in good faith, not is sacred, not contingent on whether someone of higher status subsequently arrives wanting the same thing. Sila, the practice of ethical conduct that forms the second great division of the Eightfold Path, is built on exactly this kind of integrity. The alignment between what you say and what you do, the refusal to let your word bend simply because circumstances shift or a more attractive option subsequently presents itself. And there is something in it, too, about the Brahma Viharas, the four divine abodes of the heart that the tradition holds up as the highest expressions of a fully developed spiritual life: loving kindness, compassion, empathetic joy, and equanimity. The old man's treatment of Ambapali, meeting her not as a courtesan to be either indulged or moralized at, but simply as a person generous in her own way, whose invitation deserved exactly the same respect as anyone else's, reflects a quality of equanimity, of seeing clearly past the social categories that so easily distort how people are treated, into the simpler and more important question of what someone has actually offered and with what quality of heart. The following day, the company walked to Ambapali's mango grove. You can imagine it, perhaps, even now. A grove itself, deep and cool beneath its canopy of mango trees, the particular green-gold light that falls through dense leaves in the warm hours of an Indian afternoon. The sound of the grove, always its own kind of sound, a collective rustling of many thousands of mango leaves in the afternoon wind, a sound both individual and collective at once, each leaf adding its small voice to a whole that is somehow greater than the simple sum of its parts, in the way that communities of all kinds are sometimes, at their best, greater than the simple sum of their individual members. Ambapali herself moved through this grove with the ease of someone entirely at home in a place she had owned and loved for many years, knowing exactly which trees offered the deepest shade, which sections caught the best afternoon light, which paths between the trunks were wide enough to accommodate the old man's company without crowding, which clearing at the grove's center was large and level enough to serve as a gathering place for the meal she had prepared with such evident and careful devotion. She had invited musicians whose quiet, unhurried playing provided a background both festive and restrained. Festive enough to honor the significance of the occasion, not restrained enough not to interfere with the quality of attention and conversation that such a gathering invited. She had arranged flowers from her own garden, simple, seasonal blooms of the kind that grow without cultivation all across this region in this particular season, set in clay pots at intervals through the grove in a gesture of beauty that was, like everything else about her hospitality, entirely genuine rather than performative. Ambapali herself, having prepared an elaborate and generous meal, served it with her own hands in a gesture of genuine humility that her wealth and status would have made entirely unnecessary had she chosen a different kind of generosity. The kind that delegates rather than participates. After the meal, she sat at the old man's feet, the way so many lay people had sat at his feet over the decades of his teaching, and she made him an offer. She wished to give the mango grove itself, this beautiful and valuable property, to him and the community of monks, as a permanent gift, a place where the Sangha could always find shelter and welcome in the Vesali region. The old man accepted. It was, and by every measure the tradition cares about, an act of extraordinary dana, generosity given fully without reservation by someone whose wealth and social position might easily have justified a smaller, more calculated gift. And Ambapali, in the years that followed, would in fact eventually take ordination herself, becoming one of the many remarkable women of this era who moved from lives of worldly accomplishment into the renunciate life. And her own verses, preserved later in the great collection known as the Theragatha, the Songs of the Elder Nuns, would become some of the most unflinching and beautiful poetry to survive from this entire period. Reflections on her own aging body, on the particular wisdom available to someone who has fully lived both the life of worldly beauty and the life that comes after beauty, has begun inevitably to fade. But that is a story for another evening's walking. And what matters, held here in the warm shade of these particular mango trees on this particular afternoon, is the complete and unpretentious dignity of her generosity, the way a life spent mastering the art of being present, of offering what she had with full attention and without reservation, expressed itself in this moment as exactly the kind of dana the tradition would later hold up as its highest expression. And there is a verse attributed to Ambapali in the Therigatha that those who study these ancient texts often return to across their entire practicing lives, not for any esoteric content, but for its extraordinary plainness. She describes her own aging body, stanza by careful stanza, as she was able to observe it in the later years of her renunciate life. Hair that had once been praised by suitors now thin and white, a face that had once commanded entire cities' attention, now simply a face wearing its years, a body that had once moved with trained and celebrated grace, now moving more slowly, more carefully, the ordinary ways that old bodies learn to move. She does not mourn any of these changes in the way that the cultural frameworks of her earlier life would have required her to mourn them. She observes them. She names them precisely then in a phrase that the tradition has carried forward through 25 centuries because it manages to say something genuinely true about what complete acceptance of impermanence actually feels like from the inside. She simply notes, such is the body, the speaker of truth. This body has always been telling me the truth about what it is, and what it was is always going to become. And I spent so many years looking away from that truth. Now I am looking at it directly, and what I find in the looking is not grief, but something closer to the particular, clean, spacious relief of finally seeing something clearly that you have long, at great cost, avoided seeing. This too is what the mango grove held on this particular afternoon. the early movement of a woman toward exactly this kind of clear seeing, offered quietly in the form of a meal and a grove, and a promise that nothing she had, however valuable, was more valuable to her than giving it freely. For now, in the cool shade of her mango grove, on this particular afternoon so many centuries ago, there was only the meal shared, the gift offered and accepted, and the quiet, settled satisfaction of a promise kept. Not because keeping it was politically convenient, but because a promise, once given, simply deserves to be kept. If this slow walking is helping you settle into your own evening, your own rest, then let it continue to do its work. And there is a long road still ahead. Vesali proper still waits beyond this grove, and the rainy season retreat, and so much more before this particular journey reaches wherever it is ultimately going. But for tonight, perhaps, this much is enough. A grove, a gift, a promise kept. Let your own breath settle into the same unhurried rhythm that carried this old man and his company, unhurried and entirely at peace beneath the cool green shade of these ancient, generous trees. Vesali rose ahead of you the next morning, a city larger and busier than Patalagama, its gates well-traveled, its markets, even at this early hour, already filling with the sounds of trade and ordinary commerce. The old man's company did not enter through the grand processional gates that visiting dignitaries might use. They walked instead the way they always walked, through whatever entrance happened to lie along their path, unremarkable travelers among the morning's many travelers, until word began inevitably to spread, and the unremarkable became, within the space of an hour, something the entire city wanted to witness. And the Likshavi elders, the council of representatives who governed the Vajjian confederacy through deliberation rather than singular royal decree, received the old man with the particular respect that a genuinely participatory government tends to extend to wisdom it recognizes as exceeding its own collective deliberations. And they gathered in one of the city's larger meeting halls, the kind of structure built specifically for the lengthy consultations that defined their style of governance, and they asked the old man, directly, whether he had any guidance to offer them. Guidance specifically on how a community such as theirs might continue to flourish, given the considerable pressures it currently faced from the more centralized and increasingly powerful kingdom of Magadha to the south. It was here in this meeting hall that the old man gave what would become one of the most practically influential teachings of his entire ministry, not a teaching about meditation, not a teaching about the nature of consciousness or the path to liberation, but a teaching about the simple, observable conditions under which any community of people, large or small, tends either to flourish together or to fracture apart. He listed 7 conditions. A community that meets regularly and frequently in harmony to discuss matters of shared concern can be expected to prosper rather than decline. A community that undertakes its affairs together in unity, not divided into competing factions, each pursuing its own narrow advantage, can be expected to prosper. And a community that does not introduce new and untested rules merely for the sake of novelty, while still respecting and maintaining its time-tested traditions, can be expected to prosper. A community that honors and listens to its elders, treating their counsel as worth seeking and worth heeding, can be expected to prosper. A community that does not forcibly abduct or violate its women, treating them instead with the respect and protection due to any person, can be expected to prosper. A community that honors its shrines and sacred places, both those within the city and those in the surrounding countryside, maintaining the offerings and observances that had always been maintained, can be expected to prosper. And a community that continues to provide proper protection and support to its holy ones, its ascetics, its renunciates, those who have devoted their lives to spiritual practice and have not yet arrived in its territory, ensuring they feel welcome to come, and ensuring those already present feel welcome to remain, can be expected to prosper. So long as these 7 conditions persist, he told the gathered elders, the Vajjian confederacy could be expected to grow stronger rather than weaker, regardless of the external pressures it faced. This teaching is the mirror of the Dhamma that the tradition would, in later years, come to speak of with particular reverence. Not a literal mirror, of course, but a metaphorical one. A set of conditions held up before any community, any nation, any gathering of people bound together by shared purpose that allows that community to see clearly its own current state of health. Look into this mirror honestly. The teaching implies, and you will see, reflected back, exactly where your community currently stands, thriving in harmony or already beginning in small and easily overlooked ways to fracture. The teaching is built, and fundamentally, on the principle of appamada, vigilance, heedfulness, the careful and ongoing attention required to maintain anything of genuine value over time. Appamada is sometimes translated more simply as diligence, but the fuller meaning carries something closer to alert, sustained care, the opposite of the complacency that allows even the strongest communities, the strongest practices, the strongest relationships to slowly erode, almost imperceptibly erode. And woven through the whole teaching, though never stated in quite these words, was the deeper principle the old man would, in the months ahead, return to again and again with increasing directness. Natadeepa, being your own lamp, your own island, your own refuge. He was not, even here in this practical teaching about civic governance, suggesting that the Vajrayans depend on him or on any external authority to maintain their flourishing. He was offering them instead the conditions by which they could maintain it themselves, clear, practical, entirely within their own power to uphold or to neglect, regardless of whether he or any other singular leader remained present to remind them. This was perhaps the first true seeding of a teaching that would grow over the following weeks of this long final journey into one of the central themes of the entire remaining ministry. The insistence returned to again and again that genuine spiritual and civic flourishing does not depend on the continued presence of any single teacher or leader. However beloved, however wise. It depends, instead, on the community's own sustained, honest attention to the conditions that actually produce flourishing. Conditions that, once understood, remain available and actionable long after any particular teacher has walked on, or grown old, or eventually passed entirely beyond the reach of further teaching. What does this mirror actually reflect back when you hold it up to your own life, your own relationships, your own quiet inner community of thoughts and habits and ways of meeting each day? You may find turning this question over gently as you continue resting tonight that the 7 conditions translate more readily than you might expect from the scale of an ancient confederacy to the scale of a single human life. Do you meet regularly, in harmony with the parts of yourself that need attending to, or do you let them go unaddressed until they have grown into crises? Do you act from a place of inner unity, or are you divided? Pulled in competing directions by desires and obligations that have never been reconciled with each other? Do you honor what has served you well in the past, even as you remain open to what genuinely needs to change? And do you listen to the wisdom available to you, whether from elders, from teachers, from your own accumulated experience, or do you dismiss it in favor of whatever feels most immediately appealing? Do you treat the people in your life and the parts of yourself most vulnerable to harm with genuine protection and respect? And do you honor what is sacred to you, however you understand that word, maintaining the practices and observances that connect you to something larger than your immediate concerns? And do you remain welcoming to whatever wisdom, whatever genuine spiritual nourishment might still be arriving in your life, rather than closing yourself off to anything beyond what you already comfortably know? The mirror does not judge, it simply reflects. And there is something worth holding here about the particular form this teaching took. not a set of commandments handed down from a figure of absolute divine authority, not a prescription imposed from outside on people expected to comply without examination, but a careful, empirically grounded observation offered to a council of adults, invited to check the observation against their own collective experience and their own honest assessment of their community's current condition. No, the old man was not telling the Vajrayans what to do in the mode of a conqueror dictating terms of submission. He was offering them a set of conditions to examine, a framework to test against observable reality, and trusting them, as he trusted everyone he taught across every station and every level of understanding, to do that examination honestly and draw their own conclusions. This quality of trust in the capacity of ordinary people to assess their own experience clearly, when given adequate tools and adequate encouragement, runs through this entire tradition like a thread of bright, distinctive color woven through an otherwise varied and complex cloth. The teaching does not require the surrendering of personal discernment to any external authority. It requires instead a development and strengthening of that discernment, the careful, patient cultivation of the capacity to see clearly, to think honestly, to act from genuine understanding rather than from mere compliance with rules whose deeper rationale remains opaque. The Vajrayan elders, having received these 7 conditions, did not simply nod and promise to do their best. None. They engaged the teaching seriously, asking clarifying questions, testing the conditions against the specific circumstances of their own confederacy's current challenges. The old man answered each question with the same patient and specific directness he had always brought to practical inquiry, distinguishing carefully between what the conditions required in principle and how they might be specifically adapted to the particular structures and traditions of a participatory confederacy like theirs, which differed in significant ways from the more monarchical governments that surrounded it on several sides. This practical conversation, preserved in abbreviated form in the texts but clearly intended to model a particular kind of engaged, honest dialogue between teacher and community, have represented precisely the kind of flourishing the teaching itself pointed toward, not passive reception of divine wisdom from an unchallengeable source, but active, honest, collaborative examination of conditions that could be understood, assessed, and acted upon by anyone willing to look clearly. The Lichavi elders, having received this teaching, thanked the old man with genuine gratitude, and the company settled, in the days that followed, into the rhythm of life around Vesali, teaching here, resting there, the ordinary business of a traveling community finding its place for a while within a city large enough to absorb their presence without disruption. If you are settling now, here, into the quiet space this teaching has opened, the simple, practical wisdom of 7 conditions held up like a mirror, then let that settling continue. There is more road ahead, but for this moment, simply rest in the clarity of it, the recognition that flourishing, whether for a great confederacy or for a single tired mind finding its way towards sleep, depends not on dramatic intervention, but on the patient, ongoing tending of conditions already fully within your reach. Wangrero. The company remained in the Vesali region for some time, the old man teaching at various groves and meeting halls throughout the area, the rhythm of the days settling into something unhurried and familiar. Mornings of alms-gathering, afternoons of teaching and rest, evenings of quiet meditation beneath whatever trees offered the most welcoming shade. But there came a morning when the old man told Ananda it was time to move on. They left through one of the city's gates, the company falling into its familiar walking order. They had gone only a short distance along the road when the old man stopped and turned and looked back. It was not the quick, casual glance that a traveler might give a city they were leaving, for what they assumed was simply one more departure among many. It was something else entirely. A full, deliberate, whole-body turning, and the kind of looking back that requires real effort from an old man's frame, a complete repositioning rather than the easy swivel of a younger neck. The texts that preserve this moment use a striking image to describe it. He turned, they record, the way an elephant turns to look back, not merely rotating its head, the way most animals manage a backward glance, but bringing its entire massive body around, deliberately, fully, because an elephant's neck does not allow for the easier partial turning that smaller creatures can manage. When an elephant looks back at something, it looks back completely, with its whole being, because there is no other way for an elephant to do it. The old man looked back at Vesali this way, full, complete, his entire body turned toward the city's walls and gates and rooftops, taking in the whole sweeping view of the place one final time, the way you might look fully and completely at the face of someone you love when you understand, with sudden and total clarity, that this particular look may need to last you the rest of your life. "This is the last time I will see Vesali, Ananda," he said. "You may recognize this feeling if you have ever stood at a doorway or a gate or the edge of a place that held real meaning for you and felt the particular weight of a final look. The way ordinary sight becomes, in such moments, something closer to memory-making in real time, your eyes working harder than usual to hold on to details that, in any ordinary moment, you would have let pass without notice. This is not a small thing to witness. An old, beloved teacher, openly and without embarrassment, allowing himself the full, undisguised tenderness of a final look at a place that had been, in its way, a home to him. There is a kind of courage in this that goes easily unnoticed, precisely because it expresses itself so quietly. The courage to feel the full weight of an ending without flinching from it, without rushing past it towards some easier, less vulnerable composure. You may know this feeling from your own life, the particular ache of loving someone who has begun, in small and unmistakable ways, to say their goodbyes before you, the person staying behind. Feel fully ready to receive them. There is no way to rush this kind of grief into readiness. It simply has to be walked through slowly, the way the old man and his company were now walking. Slowly, away from Vesali and toward whatever remained of the road ahead. The company traveled on through smaller villages now, Bandagama, and then several others whose names have not survived with quite the same clarity in the texts, places where the old man stopped, as he had stopped in so many villages before, to teach whatever small group of lay people and curious travelers happened to gather around him. His pace had slowed further. This was unmistakable now, even to those in the company who had perhaps, until recently, been able to tell themselves that the old man's occasional pauses were simply the ordinary rhythm of an experienced traveler pacing himself wisely. There was no mistaking it any longer. He walked more slowly, he rested more often. The teachings he gave, while as clear and as carefully reasoned as ever, were shorter now. Not because his understanding had diminished in any way, but because his body required more frequent rest between the efforts of speaking and walking and the small accumulated demands of each ordinary day. Ananda watched this slow change with a particular kind of attention, the attention of someone who loves deeply and is trying, with everything available to him, to hold space for what he can see approaching without letting that holding curdle into anxiety or worse, into a kind of premature grief that would rob the remaining time of its actual present aliveness. This is, perhaps, one of the most universally recognizable aches available to a human heart, the particular grief of loving someone who is beginning, gently and irreversibly, to leave, not yet gone, not yet absent, but visibly, undeniably, a process of departure in ways too gradual to point to any single moment and say, there, that is when it started, and yet too clear, taken all together, to deny any longer. If you have sat at a bedside, and if you have watched a parent's hands grow thinner across a series of ordinary visits, if you have noticed with a small lurch in your chest that someone you love has begun walking more slowly than they used to, pausing more often, needing more frequent rest, then you know something of what Ananda was carrying as he walked this road beside his teacher, watching the small accumulating signs with a heart that wanted, desperately, not both to deny what it was seeing and simultaneously to honor it fully by not looking away. There is a particular kind of exhaustion that researchers studying caregiving relationships have in recent decades begun to map with real precision, a form of fatigue distinct from ordinary physical tiredness, distinct even from ordinary emotional grief because it operates continuously in the background, beneath whatever else a caregiver is doing throughout an ordinary day. It has been called in various studies anticipatory grief or chronic sorrow, or simply the watching fatigue that accumulates in anyone who loves someone walking, however gently and however peacefully, toward an ending that has already in some sense begun. What these studies tend to find, again and again, is that this form of grief does not resolve itself through any single dramatic breakthrough or any single cathartic release. It moves instead, the way Ananda's own grief seems to have moved across these weeks of slow walking beside his failing teacher, in waves present and then receding, intensifying around small triggers, a particular pause in the road, a particular slowness in a beloved hand reaching for a cup of water, and then softening again into the ordinary business of simply continuing to walk forward together, one more day, one more village, one more shared evening beneath whatever trees the road happened to offer that night. This is worth knowing, and if you yourself are currently walking some version of this particular road, sitting with someone whose decline you can see clearly, even as the people around you, even as the person themselves, continue speaking and laughing and living in the present tense, refusing rightly to collapse entirely into the shadow of what is approaching. You are allowed to feel the watching fatigue, are allowed to feel it intensify on some days and recede on others, without this fluctuation meaning anything is wrong with how you are grieving. Ananda's heart, walking this road, not move in a single straight line from denial to acceptance. It moved the way most human hearts move through anticipatory loss, forward and back, present and then briefly elsewhere, doing its honest best to hold both the love and the coming absence at the very same time in the very same chest. The old man, for his part, continued teaching with undiminished clarity and, if anything, an even gentler patience than before. There is a particular quality of teaching that becomes available to someone who has made full and complete peace with their own approaching end, a quality the texts describe their quiet way throughout these final months. Every word offered now carries the weight of being offered perhaps for one of the last times, and yet none of the words carry any trace of urgency or desperation. He taught the way he had always taught, clearly, directly, with genuine warmth for whoever happened to be in front of him, regardless of how much or how little time remained for the teaching to continue. This unhurried, undiminished quality of presence is, itself, perhaps the deepest expression of two qualities the tradition holds in particularly high regard: metta, loving kindness, extended not as a performance but as the simple, natural overflow of a heart that has released its grip on self-concern, and virya, the right kind of effort, not frantic striving, not the anxious push of someone racing against a closing window of time, but the steady, moment, sustained, patient continuation of good work undertaken simply because it is good work, regardless of how much longer the worker expects to remain at the task. You walk with them now through these smaller villages, the road growing dustier as the dry season deepens, the company's pace settling into something even gentler than before. Not slow out of weakness exactly, though weakness is certainly part of it, but slow in the way that anything precious tends naturally to slow down the people carrying it, the way you instinctively walk more carefully when you are holding something you cannot bear to drop. The old man rests often now, the shade of whatever trees the road happens to offer. Ananda sits near him during these rests, sometimes speaking, more often simply present, the two of them sharing the particular silence of people who have walked so far together for so many years that very little needs to be said anymore for the most important things to be understood. If you are walking with them in your own resting body right now, let your own pace slow to match theirs. There is no urgency here. There never was on this road, despite everything that lies ahead. There is only this, an old man, a devoted friend, a dusty road between small villages, and the particular tenderness of two people moving slowly and together toward whatever comes next. It was at the village of Beluva, during the rainy season retreat that the company settled into as the monsoon clouds gathered thick and dark over the Gangetic plain, that the illness came. The rainy season retreat, the Vasa, as it was called in the language of that time and place, was an established part of the yearly rhythm of monastic life, a fixed period of several months during which wandering monks and nuns ceased their travels and settled in one location, both out of practical necessity. The roads became genuinely impassable during the heaviest rains, the rivers swelling far beyond safe crossing, and out of a deeper wisdom about the value of sustained, settled practice uninterrupted by the demands of constant movement. The old man's company had settled at Beluva, a small village in the Vesali region, to observe this retreat, and it was here in the deepening rains of that particular season that his body, already weakened by the long months of travel and by the simple accumulating weight of 80 years, was struck by an illness severe enough that the texts record it with unusual directness. A sharp, painful affliction, the accounts say, of such intensity that it seemed he might die from it then and there, months before whatever ending had originally seemed likely. You can imagine, perhaps, what these days were like inside the small dwelling at Beluva where the old man lay, the rain drumming steadily against whatever simple roof sheltered him, the air thick with the particular heaviness of monsoon humidity. The sounds of the rainy season, frogs, insects, the steady percussion of water on leaves, continuing their indifferent chorus outside while inside, something genuinely uncertain was unfolding. The old man did not complain. This detail, preserved carefully in the text, deserves to be sat with for a moment, rather than passed over quickly as simply one more example of extraordinary equanimity. Severe physical pain, and the texts are specific that this pain was severe, sharp, the kind of pain that ordinarily produces audible distress even in people of considerable composure, did not, in this case, produce complaint or visible anguish, or any of the ordinary human responses that pain this intense would typically provoke. Instead, the old man is recorded as having endured the affliction through sustained meditative absorption, entering, deliberately and with full mastery, the states of deep concentration the tradition calls jhana, and resting his attention there, in that absorbed and unified stillness, rather than allowing his attention to be consumed by the body's distress signals. This is not, it is worth being clear, a teaching about ignoring or suppressing pain through sheer willpower in the way that phrase is sometimes misunderstood to suggest. The jhanas are not a technique for forcing pain away or pretending it isn't present. They are, instead, states of such complete and stable absorption, built through decades of careful, sustained practice, that the relationship between awareness and the sensation of pain itself becomes fundamentally different than it is for an untrained mind. The pain, in some real sense, continued to exist as a physical phenomenon within the body. But the suffering that ordinarily compounds physical pain, the resistance, the fear, desperate wishing for the sensation to be different than it is, that additional layer, the layer the tradition specifically calls dukkha as distinct from mere physical unpleasantness, had been, through decades of disciplined practice, almost entirely released. This is samadhi in its fullest and most consequential expression, Not merely a pleasant state cultivated during quiet-seated meditation in a peaceful hall, but a genuine, load-bearing capacity available precisely when it was needed most. In a small, rain-soaked dwelling at Beluva, an old body racked with severe and possibly fatal pain, and a mind that, even here, even now, remained unified, clear, and undisturbed at its deepest level. Ananda, watching all of this unfold, was not so equanimous. This is perhaps one of the most quietly moving details preserved anywhere in this entire account. Ananda, after decades of devoted service, after witnessing his teacher's extraordinary composure across countless difficult circumstances, found himself during these days at Beluva not genuinely and visibly terrified. Terrified in a way the texts do not shy away from recording, because the fear itself and the eventual teaching that emerged from it mattered too much to the tradition's memory to be smoothed over or minimized. He had thought, he later confessed, that surely his teacher would not enter final nibbana, would not pass entirely beyond this world, and without first giving some clear, explicit instruction about what should become of the Sangha after he was gone. Surely there would be some final word, some designated successor, some clear chain of authority established before the unthinkable was permitted to occur. The thought of his teacher dying here, now at Beluva, in the middle of an ordinary rainy season retreat, without that crucial final guidance having been given, filled Ananda with a fear sharp enough that he found himself in his private hours away from his teacher's bedside, unable to fully compose himself. This is perhaps a fear you recognize in some form from your own life. The particular terror of losing someone before all the necessary things have been said, before the crucial conversations have been had, before whatever guidance or blessing or final understanding you believe you need has actually been given. It is one of the most common forms that grief takes when it arrives ahead of an actual loss. Not only sorrow at the prospect of the loss itself, but an anxious scrambling toward whatever might still need to be secured before it becomes too late to secure it. The old man, through the severity of his illness, and somehow perceived this fear in his attendant, perceived it, the texts suggest, even through the haze of his own considerable physical suffering, because his attention to the people around him had never, even now, even here, become so consumed by his own circumstances that it had no room left for genuine care toward others. And so gradually, as the worst of the illness began to pass, through whatever combination of his own sustained meditative effort and the body's own resilience even at 80 years of age, he summoned the strength to speak to Ananda directly about what he sensed in him. He recovered. Not fully, not back to the vigor of even a year before, but enough to sit, enough to walk short distances again, enough to resume, gradually, a rhythm of teaching that had defined every other recovery across his long ministry. And when he had recovered sufficiently to speak with clarity, he told Ananda something that the younger man would carry in different forms, for the rest of his own long life, that he had, during the worst of the illness, made a particular kind of internal decision. Not the dramatic decision to die, exactly, but something more subtle and, in its way, more significant. He had let go of any clinging whatsoever to the continuation of his own life. He had released completely any inner grasping toward more time, more years, more opportunities to teach or travel or witness the unfolding of the Sangha's future. The illness, he explained, had passed not because some part of him had fought to hold on to life, desperately willing his body to recover for the sake of unfinished business or unmet obligations. It had passed simply because the conditions for its passing had, on their own, naturally arisen. The body's own processes, unforced, unhurried by any anxious wishing on his part either to live or to die, doing what bodies do when illness runs its particular course. What does it mean, you might find yourself wondering? Walking this road with them tonight, to have released the will to live and yet to continue walking, continue teaching, continue caring for the people around you with the same warmth and attention as before. Is this not a contradiction? releasing the wish to continue living, while continuing, quite visibly, to live. It is not a contradiction, though it can sound like one from the outside. There is a particular kind of freedom, the deepest teachings of this tradition suggest, available to a mind that has fully released its grasping. Not the grasping toward life itself, which is simply the body's natural, healthy inclination toward its own continuation, but the deeper, more subtle grasping of the mind, the anxious insistence that things must continue a particular way, must last a particular length of time, must unfold. According to some private timeline, the grasping mind has quietly, fearfully constructed. Released from that subtler grasping, the old man could continue to walk, continue to teach on, continue to care for Ananda and the rest of the Sangha with his full and undiminished presence, not because he was clinging to more time in which to do these things, but simply because, for as long as the body continued, naturally and without forcing to draw breath, there remained work worth doing, kindness worth offering, teaching worth giving. This is perhaps, one of the deepest and most counterintuitive gifts available within this entire tradition. The recognition that releasing your grip on the outcome does not require releasing your engagement with the process. You can let go of needing your life, your relationships, your work, your own continued existence to unfold in any particular way or for any particular duration, and still, in that very letting go, find yourself more fully, more genuinely, more wholeheartedly present for whatever time and whatever circumstances remain. The rains continued outside the small dwelling at Beluva. The old man, recovering now, sat in the doorway some evenings, watching the water fall in steady silver lines from the eaves, the air rich with the smell of wet earth and growing things, the whole world outside seeming in these recovering days almost unbearably alive and present and full. A visiting monk came to see him during these recovering days, a monk who had heard about the severity of the illness and who arrived visibly shaken, clearly expecting to find his teacher diminished, perhaps frightened, perhaps, in some way he could not quite articulate, smaller than the figure his memory had preserved from their last encounter. What he found instead seemed to unsettle him even more than diminishment would have known. The old man sitting in his doorway in the rain-freshened air, looking out at the wet courtyard with an expression of genuine, uncomplicated pleasure. Not the performed contentment of someone insisting on maintaining appearances, but the simple, direct enjoyment of a person who finds in an evening of falling rain after illness exactly as much beauty as the moment actually contains, without exaggeration, without suppression, without any apparent gap between the experience itself and the awareness meeting it. The visiting monk had brought with him a question, well-intentioned but revealing, in the very fact of its asking, not exactly the assumption the old man's presence in that doorway seemed designed somehow to quietly challenge. He asked whether his teacher, during the worst of the illness, had experienced any fear. The old man considered the question with the same honest, unhurried attention he gave every genuine inquiry. He acknowledged that the illness had been severe, the pain sharp, the uncertainty about its outcome real, the physical experience genuinely difficult in ways that would have been dishonest to minimize or dismiss. But fear, in the sense the monk meant, fear of the dying itself, fear of the parinibbana he knew was approaching, fear of the ceasing that the illness had briefly seemed to be hurrying towards, he said, he had not experienced. Not because he had performed courage in the face of fear, suppressing what was actually present beneath a practiced composure, but because the thing that fear of death requires, a fixed, permanent self that dreads its own ending, a self clinging with real desperation to its own continuation, had, across the long decades of sustained practice, gradually and genuinely ceased to be available as the seat from which such fear could operate. And the visiting monk sat quietly with this for some time, the rain continuing its patient percussion on the dwelling's simple roof, the courtyard gleaming with reflected sky. He left eventually, not with a simple answer that resolved his concern, but with something perhaps more genuinely useful. The direct, observed evidence of what sustained practice actually produces in a real body, in a real illness, in a real wet evening of recovering after the worst had passed. Not magic, not the absence of difficulty, but a quality of meeting difficulty that genuinely differed in its essence, on from how an unpracticed mind would have met the same circumstances. Ananda sat beside him. Neither of them needed any longer to say very much. The fear had been spoken, the teaching had been given. None. What remained was simply this: an old man and his devoted friend, sitting together in a doorway, watching the rain, both of them aware now, in a way that had perhaps not been quite so fully conscious before, of exactly how precious this particular kind of ordinary rain-soaked evening actually was. If you are resting now in your own quiet evening, your own breath beginning to slow toward whatever sleep is waiting for you tonight, let this same recognition settle gently into your own chest. Whatever ordinary evening you are currently inside of, however unremarkable it might seem, however little urgency it carries, is in its own way exactly as precious as this one. The rain falls, the breath continues, and for as long as it continues, there remains always this much available to you: presence without grasping, care without anxious insistence on outcome, the simple, sufficient gift of being here, now together, watching whatever falls past the eaves of your own particular evening. It was not long after his recovery from the illness at Beluva that the old man gave Ananda the teaching that would come to be regarded by generations of practitioners across the following 25 centuries as among the most important and most frequently returned to of his entire long ministry. He called Ananda to him one morning and told him, gently but with unmistakable directness, that he wished to address something he sensed Ananda had been carrying since the illness. The fear, still present beneath the surface of his attendant's careful composure, that the Sangha would somehow be left without sufficient guidance once the old man himself was no longer present to provide it. "What more does the community of monks expect from me, Ananda?" he asked. "I have taught the Dhamma without making any distinction between an esoteric and an exoteric doctrine. There is nothing with regard to the teachings that the Tathagata has held back like a closed fist, keeping some final special teaching hidden in reserve for only the most advanced or most trusted disciples. This image, the closed fist, and holding something back, would have carried particular weight in a culture where certain teachers and traditions did, in fact, operate this way, dispensing wisdom carefully, in stages, withholding the deepest understanding from all but a select inner circle who had proven themselves sufficiently worthy or sufficiently advanced. The old man was explicitly, directly rejecting this model for his own teaching, and everything necessary for liberation, he insisted, had already been given, fully, openly, to anyone willing to listen and willing to practice, regardless of their status, their background, their particular level of attainment at the moment they first encountered the teaching. "Whoever among you thinks, 'It is I who will lead the community of monks,' or 'the community depends on me,'" he continued, "let that person make some statement about the community. But the Tathagata does not think in such terms. Why should the Tathagata leave any final instructions concerning the community of monks? Then he offered the teaching itself, the one that would be carried forward, recited, contemplated, and returned to by countless practitioners across the centuries that followed. Therefore, Ananda, be islands unto yourselves, refuges unto yourselves, seeking no external refuge. With the Dhamma as your island, the Dhamma as your refuge, seeking no other refuge. Be your own lamp, be your own island. Take no other refuge. The teaching is sometimes rendered, in different translations, with the image of an island rather than a lamp, both images pointing toward the same essential instruction: self-sufficiency in practice, a cultivation of an inner stability and clarity that does not depend on the continued external presence of any particular teacher, however beloved, however wise, however central that teacher's presence might currently feel to your own sense of spiritual security. This is Dhammadipa, taking the Dhamma itself, the teaching, the actual practice and understanding as your lamp, your island, your point of stable refuge, rather than taking any individual person, however accomplished, as that refuge. And it is built fundamentally on sati, the quality of mindful, present attention that allows a practitioner to actually access and apply the teaching in each unfolding moment, rather than simply holding it as abstract knowledge dependent on someone else's ongoing explanation. How does one actually become an island unto oneself? The old man continued, explaining the practical mechanics of what he was instructing. Through the careful, sustained practice of mindfulness applied to the body, to feelings, to the mind itself, and to the various mental phenomena that arise and pass within consciousness. Ardent, clearly comprehending, mindful, having put away covetousness and grief with reference to the world. This was not, in other words, a teaching about abandoning structured practice in favor of some vague spiritual independence. It was instead an instruction toward the deepest and most rigorous form of practice possible, the direct and ongoing cultivation of the very faculties, mindfulness, clear comprehension, equanimity that would allow a practitioner to navigate their own path with genuine clarity, regardless of whether any particular teacher remained present to guide each individual step. Ananda, hearing this teaching, found himself moved by a grief he had not fully anticipated. And there was something in the very clarity and directness of the instruction. Be your own lamp, take no other refuge, that landed for Ananda in this particular moment, not as comfort but as a kind of premature confirmation of exactly the loss he had been most afraid of facing. If his teacher was instructing him now so explicitly on how to find refuge without external dependence, did this not suggest that the old man understood with increasing clarity exactly how soon that external presence would no longer be available? The old man, sensing this grief moving through his devoted attendant, addressed it directly and with notable gentleness. "Do not grieve, Ananda, for what has not yet happened," he said, or words carrying this essential meaning, according to the careful preservation of this exchange across the tradition's collective memory. "Have I not told you already that it is the nature of all things dear and beloved to us that we must be separated from them, leave them, sever ourselves from them? How could it be, Ananda, since whatever is born become compounded is subject to decay? How could it be that such a being should not decay? It is not possible." This was not, it is worth being clear, a rebuke. The old man was not asking Ananda to suppress his grief or to pretend toward a composure he did not genuinely feel. He was offering instead a redirection, and away from anticipatory grief over a loss that had not yet arrived, and back toward full, undivided presence in the actual moment they were currently sharing. This conversation, this teaching, this particular morning, still entirely available to both of them, still full of genuine connection and genuine teaching yet to unfold. And there is a particular wisdom in this redirection that extends well beyond the specific circumstances of an aging teacher and his grieving attendant. How much of human suffering, you might find yourself wondering, and arrives not from losses we are currently experiencing, but from losses we are anticipating. Grief borrowed against a future that has not yet arrived. Anxiety spent rehearsing departures that, however inevitable in some ultimate sense, have not yet actually occurred. The old man was not denying that loss was coming. He had been, in fact, remarkably direct about exactly this throughout the entire journey thus far. The looks back at Rajagaha and Vesali, the lamp burning down to its last oil, all of it pointing clearly toward an ending he made no attempt to disguise or soften. But he was at the same time refusing to let the anticipation of that ending consume the genuine, available aliveness of whatever present moment he and Ananda were currently sharing. This is perhaps one of the most practically useful teachings available anywhere in this entire tradition for anyone walking through their own season of anticipatory grief, whether at the bedside of someone they love, or simply moving through the ordinary uncertainties of a life that, like every life, contains no guarantees about how much time remains for any particular relationship, any particular chapter, any particular ordinary, not precious evening. Be your own lamp. Do not grieve yet for what has not yet happened. These two instructions given together on this particular morning would become, in the weeks and months that followed, a kind of quiet anchor that Ananda returned to again and again, not because the grief itself ever fully disappeared, but because he had been given, by the very person he most feared losing, a clear and practical guide for how to meet that grief without letting it consume the genuine richness of whatever time remained. The company rested for a few more days near Beluva as the old man's strength continued its slow return, and then, when he judged himself sufficiently recovered, he told Ananda it was time to walk on, toward Vesali once more, not briefly, and then beyond it, toward the Kapala shrine that stood at the city's edge, a place of quiet sanctity, where, in the weeks ahead, something would occur that Ananda, even now, could not have anticipated. If this teaching has settled something in you tonight, this instruction toward being your own lamp, your own steady refuge, even amid whatever uncertainties your own life currently holds, then let that settling continue. And you do not need anyone else's permission to rest now. You do not need anyone else's presence to find your own quiet, sufficient stability. The lamp is already lit within you. It has been lit this whole time. Let it burn steadily now, gently, as you continue toward your own rest. The Kapala shrine stood at the edge of Vesali, a quiet, unremarkable place by the standards of grand temples and elaborate monuments, a simple shrine, the kind of small sacred site that dotted the countryside throughout this region, maintained by local devotion rather than royal patronage. The kind of place where a traveler might rest for an afternoon without particularly expecting anything significant to occur there. The old man and Ananda walked to this shrine on a clear, warm afternoon, and the old man, settling himself beneath its shade, remarked to Ananda, almost in passing, the way you might comment on the particular pleasantness of a familiar resting place. How delightful Vesali was. How delightful this shrine and several others nearby. How delightful, in fact, were all the various groves and shrines scattered throughout this region where he had spent so much of his recent ministry. And then he said something that, in retrospect, tradition would recognize as carrying far more weight than its simple conversational phrasing initially suggested. He told Ananda that anyone who had developed, brought to growth, made a vehicle and a basis of the four bases of psychic power, could, if they wished, remain alive for a full eon or for the remainder of an eon. He had developed these four bases fully, he told Ananda. He could, if he wished, choose to remain alive considerably longer than the ordinary span of a human life. He paused after saying this. He gave Ananda what the texts describe as a clear and unmistakable opening, a hint, and broad enough that even a moderately attentive listener might have understood what was being offered, an invitation essentially for Ananda to ask him directly to choose this longer life, to remain present for the Sangha for as long as such psychic mastery might allow. The texts record with a particular gentle sorrow that has been preserved across 25 centuries of careful transmission that Ananda did not take this opening. Why he failed to do so is a question the tradition itself wrestles with. Some accounts suggesting his mind was, in that particular moment, distracted or clouded by some external influence. Others suggesting simply that the magnitude and indirection of what was being offered passed by him too quickly, in the gentle conversational tone in which it was delivered, for him to fully register what was actually being asked of him. He remained silent. The moment passed. The old man, after waiting, did not press the point further, and the conversation moved on to other things. And This is one of the most quietly devastating details preserved anywhere in the entire account of this final journey. Not devastating in the sense of dramatic tragedy, but in the smaller, more human sense of an opportunity, offered gently and without insistence, simply passing by unrecognized, the way so many of the most significant moments in any life tend to pass by, recognized fully only in retrospect, long after the chance to respond differently has already closed. You may know this feeling from your own life, the realization, arriving sometimes weeks or months or even years after the fact, that a particular ordinary-seeming moment had actually been an invitation, a door held open, a chance to ask for something or offer something that you simply didn't recognize clearly enough in the moment itself to take hold of. Sometime after this conversation at the Kapala shrine, the old man asked Ananda to leave him for a while, to go and rest beneath a nearby tree, as he wished to sit alone in meditation. Ananda complied, as he always did, and withdrew to a respectful distance, settling himself to wait while his teacher entered into deep, solitary stillness. It was during this solitary meditation that Mara came to him. You may remember Mara from much earlier in this story, though earlier in the sense of this particular telling, but actually in the chronology of the old man's life, from a night some 60 years before this current afternoon, when a much younger Siddhartha Gautama, sitting beneath the Bodhi tree on the brink of enlightenment, had faced this same tempter's armies, this same tempter's daughters, this same tempter's most precise weapon of doubt, and had touched the earth and had not moved, and had by morning become fully and completely awakened. Mara had not returned in any significant confrontation across all the decades since. The texts suggest he had, in some sense, been waiting perhaps for exactly this kind of moment, this particular juncture in the old man's long life, to make his approach once more. But this encounter, the texts are careful to specify, bore almost no resemblance to that first dramatic confrontation beneath the Bodhi tree. There were no armies this time, no daughters sent to tempt with desire, no direct assault of doubt hurled like a weapon against a seeker's resolve. This Mara arrived quietly, almost gently, the way an old acquaintance might arrive. Not as an enemy to be fought, but almost, strangely, as something closer to a colleague, acknowledging a long-standing, complicated relationship that had, over the decades, settled into something far more nuanced than simple opposition. Mara reminded the old man, this quiet, meditative encounter, of a promise made many decades before. A promise that, having achieved enlightenment, he would not pass into final nibbana until his teaching had been fully and properly established, and until there were accomplished monks and nuns capable of teaching the Dhamma clearly themselves, until there were devoted lay people, men and women alike, living according to the teaching with genuine understanding, until the holy life had been proclaimed widely enough, clearly enough, successfully enough, that it could continue and flourish without his direct ongoing presence. Mara's suggestion, offered in this strange, almost gentle encounter, was simple. That promise, he pointed out, had now been fulfilled. The Sangha was established. Monks and nuns of genuine accomplishment now taught clearly across the region. Lay people in considerable numbers lived according to the Dhamma with real understanding. The work, in other words, that the old man had set out all those decades ago to accomplish, the work had been accomplished. It was complete. It was time, Mara suggested, to let go. This is one of the most theologically and psychologically rich moments preserved anywhere in the entire Buddhist canon. It rewards sitting with carefully rather than passing over quickly. Mara traditionally understood as the personification of delusion, of craving, of everything that obstructs liberation. Mara here was not tempting the old man toward some lesser unenlightened path. He was, in this final encounter, essentially correct. The work genuinely had reached a point of sufficient establishment. The suggestion to release, to let go, to allow the natural unfolding toward parinibbana to proceed, this was not, in this particular instance, a temptation toward delusion at all. It was, strangely, almost an invitation toward exactly the kind of release the old man's entire teaching had always pointed toward. The old man, after reflecting on what Mara had said, and the text suggests this reflection was brief, clear, undertaken with the same calm directness that had characterized every major decision across his entire ministry, agreed. He told Mara that he would, in 3 months' time, enter into final nibbana. The decision, once made by a Tathagata in this particular, deliberate, fully conscious manner, could not be unmade. Not out of stubbornness, but because a decision of this kind, made with complete clarity and complete release of any further clinging to continued existence, simply did not permit the kind of subsequent reconsideration that ordinary human decisions, made amid uncertainty and incomplete information, might allow. At the moment this decision was made, fully, deliberately, consciously released, the texts record that the earth itself trembled. A great earthquake, sudden and unmistakable, shook the ground around the shrine, accompanied, according to the fuller accounts, by thunder rolling across an otherwise clear sky. Ananda, resting beneath his nearby tree, felt the earthquake and was, understandably, alarmed. He hurried back to where his teacher sat and asked what had caused such a remarkable and unsettling event. The old man told him. He explained calmly and directly what had occurred. The visit from Mara, now the reflection, the decision now made and irreversible. In 3 months' time, he would pass into final nibbana. Ananda's response, preserved in the texts with real emotional weight, was immediate and anguished, and he begged his teacher to reconsider, to remain for the full span of the eon his psychic mastery would have allowed, not for the sake of the welfare and happiness of countless beings who would benefit from his continued teaching presence in the world. This was, of course, almost exactly the request the old man had hoped Ananda might offer earlier, at the Kapala shrine itself, before the decision had been made, and the window for such a request had, in the way these things work, already closed. The old man told Ananda, not with what the text suggests was real gentleness rather than rebuke, that it was too late now. The decision had been made. A Tathagata's deliberate, fully conscious relinquishing of the will to continue living could not, once enacted, be reversed. Not because of any rigid cosmic rule imposed from outside, but because the very completeness and clarity of the original decision made any subsequent reconsideration, by its nature, impossible. You cannot unrelease something that has been released with total, unwavering clarity. The grip, once fully opened, does not close again on command. He gently chided Ananda, not harshly, but with the particular tenderness of someone pointing out a missed opportunity that genuinely mattered, while also making clear that dwelling on the missed opportunity would serve no further purpose now. Had Ananda asked at the Kapala shrine when the clear opening had been offered, the old man might well have chosen to remain considerably longer. The fault, if fault was even the right word for an entirely human moment of not quite grasping a subtly offered invitation, lay not with malice or negligence on Ananda's part, but simply with the ordinary limits of human attention, even devoted, careful, loving human attention in the face of an offer too vast and too unprecedented to be fully processed in the brief moment it was extended. You may find yourself sitting, now, with something of Ananda's grief, the particular ache of recognizing after the fact that a different response in a single past moment might have changed everything that followed. This is one of the more difficult aspects of being human that this story does not shy away from. The recognition that some doors, once closed, simply do not reopen, regardless of how much we might wish, in retrospect, that we had walked through them differently. Perhaps you are carrying, tonight, some version of your own resistance to an ending you sense approaching, not necessarily a death, not necessarily anything so final or so dramatic, but some chapter of your life that you can feel in your quieter and more honest moments beginning to close. A relationship settling into its natural completion, a season of work or purpose reaching the edge of what it had to offer you, a version of yourself even that has served you well for a long time and is now gently asking to be released in favor of whoever you are becoming next. The instinct in the face of any of these endings is so often to fight, to extend, to cling, to insist, the way Ananda wished he could insist, that more time must somehow be found, that the ending must somehow be postponed, that surely there is some lever still available to pull, some bargain still available to strike. You do not have to fight tonight. You are allowed instead to consider what it might feel like to meet your own approaching endings the way this old man met his. Not through resignation, not through giving up on what remains genuinely meaningful in the time that's left, but through the particular hard-won peace of someone who has stopped needing the ending to arrive on any schedule other than the one it actually keeps. There is real relief available in this kind of release. None. Even though it can feel at first like the opposite of relief, like loss, like surrender, like giving away something you should be fighting harder to keep. But notice in this story what became available to the old man once the decision had been made and the grasping had been fully released. 3 more months of clear, present, undiminished teaching. 3 more months of genuine connection, genuine care, genuine presence with the people around him. 3 months that might in fact have been less rich, less available, less fully inhabited, had he spent them instead in the anxious, exhausting work of resisting what was already, in its own quiet way, underway. This is not a suggestion that you stop caring about outcomes or stop working toward whatever genuinely remains within your power to influence. It is instead an invitation to notice the difference between effort that serves the time you have and resistance that simply exhausts you without changing what is actually already in motion. Let your own breath right now and practice this same small release, not solving anything, not deciding anything, just allowing whatever ending you've been quietly resisting to exist for this one breath without your grip tightening around it. But there is something else worth holding alongside this grief, something the old man himself seemed to understand and to offer Ananda. Gently, in the aftermath of this difficult conversation, the decision, however it had ultimately been reached, was not in itself a tragedy. 3 months remained, 3 months of continued teaching, continued presence, continued opportunity for whatever needed to be said and done and shared before the actual parting arrived. The window for the dramatic, eon-spanning extension had closed, but the window for these final months, rich, meaningful, and still entirely available, remained wide open. This is perhaps something worth carrying gently with you tonight. Whatever doors in your own life you may find yourself grieving as closed, whatever opportunities you fear you have let pass by unrecognized in their moment. The particular door that has closed is indeed closed. But the time that remains, however much or however little it might be, remains genuinely fully available, rich with whatever connection and meaning and presence you choose to bring to it. The old man, the days following this decision, gathered the monks of the Vesali region and informed them directly of what had occurred, that in 3 months' time he would enter final nibbana. He spoke of this not as catastrophe, but as the simple natural unfolding of impermanence applied, now to himself exactly as it applied to all conditioned things. All compounded things are subject to vanishing, he told them, in words that would, in slightly varied forms, return again and again across these final months. Strive on with diligence for your own liberation. The earth that had trembled at the moment of his decision settled in time back into its ordinary stillness. The shrine remained quiet and unremarkable as it had always been, its small sacred space now carrying, for those who knew what had occurred there, a weight far beyond its modest physical presence. If you are walking with this story tonight, perhaps feeling something of the same vertigo that must have moved through Ananda and the gathered monks upon hearing this news, 3 months, a defined and approaching ending, now spoken aloud and made undeniably real, then let yourself simply rest in this much for now. The door has closed on one possibility, But the road ahead, however much shorter it has now become, remains full of exactly the same warmth, the same care, the same patient teaching that has characterized every step of this journey so far. The walking continues. The company left Vesali in the days following this announcement and began making their way toward Boganagara, and the road growing increasingly familiar to those among the monks who had traveled this particular stretch of countryside before, though carrying now for everyone in the traveling party an unmistakable new weight. Every village passed through, every grove rested beneath, every conversation held along the way now carried the quiet, unspoken awareness that the company's time together in this particular configuration, on this particular earth, had been given a definite and approaching limit. At Bognagara, the old man gave one of the most practically significant teachings of these final months. A teaching specifically designed, the texts make clear, to address a concern that had clearly been weighing on him as he considered the future of the Sangha after his passing. How would the community distinguish genuine teaching attributed to him from false or mistaken claims that might arise in the years and centuries after he was no longer present to personally confirm or deny what he had actually taught? He offered what would come to be known as the Four Great Authorities, a clear, practical method for testing any teaching claimed to derive from him. If a monk should say, he explained, I heard this directly from the Buddha himself, or I heard this from a community of senior monks dwelling together with their teacher, or I heard this from a number of elder monks of wide learning, or even simply, I heard this from a single elder monk of wide learning. In each case, the proper response was not to immediately accept or immediately reject the claimed teaching based on the authority of its source alone. Instead, the teaching itself should be carefully compared against the existing body of established discourses and against the existing framework of monastic discipline. If the new teaching, upon careful examination, was found to be consistent with what had already been established, fitting coherently within the existing body of the Dhamma and the Vinaya, it could be accepted as authentic, regardless of how impressive or authoritative its claimed source. But if it contradicted what had already been established, it should be rejected, regardless of how impressive or authoritative its claimed source might appear. This was in essence an instruction towards something remarkably close to what later centuries would come to call critical thinking, a refusal to let authority alone, however impressive, substitute for careful, independent examination of whether a given claim actually held up against existing evidence and existing understanding. You might notice, considering this teaching now, how directly it continues the theme the old man had already established with Ananda at Baluva. Be your own lamp, take no other refuge. Even claimed teachings from the Buddha himself, not transmitted through even the most respected sources, were not to be accepted on authority alone. They were to be tested, examined, and weighed against the existing body of understanding and instruction toward exactly the kind of sustained, independent discernment that would allow the Sangha to navigate centuries of future development without depending on any single authoritative voice to settle every question that might arise. From Boganagara, a company continued toward Pava, a journey of several more days through countryside that had, by this point in the dry season, taken on the particular golden-brown cast of fields awaiting harvest, the air thick with dust kicked up by company's own slow passage and by the passage of countless other travelers along this same well-worn road. At Pava they were welcomed by the local Mala clan, who maintained groves and rest houses for traveling ascetics in the manner common throughout this region. And it was here, among the devoted laypeople of Pava, that a blacksmith named Kunda first heard that the old man's company had arrived in the area. Kunda was, by every account that survives him, a man of modest means but genuine and deeply felt devotion. The kind of layperson whose faith expressed itself not through grand gestures or significant wealth, since he possessed neither, but through the simple, a heartfelt sincerity of someone for whom this particular teaching had become genuinely central to how he understood his own life and his own place within it. Upon hearing of the company's arrival, Nanda hurried to where they were resting, and after listening to a brief teaching the old man offered, asked, with the particular eagerness of someone who has waited a long time for exactly this opportunity, whether the old man and his company of monks would consent to take their meal at his home the following day. The old man accepted, as he had accepted so many similar invitations across the decades of his ministry, without hesitation, and without calculation of Kunda's relatively modest social standing compared to some of the wealthy patrons who had hosted him in other towns with the same simple, direct warmth he had extended to Ambapali and to countless others before her. Kunda, overjoyed, returned home to prepare. What he prepared and what occurred as a direct consequence of that meal would become one of the most carefully examined and most variously interpreted episodes in the entire account of this final journey. A meal that the texts name, in the original language, as containing a dish called sukha madhava, a term whose precise meaning has been debated by scholars and translators for well over a century without ever reaching complete consensus on. Some understand it to refer to a particular preparation of pork, a dish involving the meat of a pig prepared in some specific, perhaps especially rich or especially soft manner, suggested by the literal components of the word, and others, drawing on different linguistic and contextual evidence, suggest it referred instead to a special variety of mushroom, perhaps one favored by or associated with pigs in its natural foraging habitat, or perhaps prepared in some particular way that pigs were known to enjoy. For the purposes of this slow walk you are taking through these final months, a precise botanical or culinary identity of the dish matters considerably less than what unfolded around it. You arrive with the company at Kunda's modest home the following morning, a simple dwelling, cleaned and prepared with evident care. Kunda himself moving among his guests with the particular nervous attentiveness of a host who deeply, genuinely wants everything to go well for guests he holds in the highest possible regard. The meal is served, and here occurs a detail that the texts preserve with particular care, precisely because of what it reveals about the old man's continued attentiveness, even in these final, physically weakened months of his life. Upon being served the sukha ramadava, whatever its precise nature, he instructed Kunda to serve this particular dish to him alone and to serve the rest of the company, the gathered monks accompanying him, from the other dishes that had been prepared, and rather than distributing the sukha ramadava among everyone present, he further instructed that whatever remained of the sukha ramadava after his own portion had been served should be buried in a pit, rather than offered to anyone else at all, not given to the other monks, not given to any layperson who might otherwise have eaten it, not preserved for any future use. The texts do not record him explaining in the moment exactly why he gave these specific instructions, but the careful, deliberate nature of the instructions themselves. Eat this myself alone. Bury the remainder. Let no one else partake, suggests at minimum that he perceived something about this particular dish on this particular occasion that warranted this unusual degree of caution regarding who should and should not consume it. He ate, and not long after the meal concluded, he was struck by a severe and acute illness, sharp pains, the text's record, accompanied by the passing of blood, a violent and clearly dangerous affliction that left absolutely no doubt on anyone observing his condition over the following hours and days that this illness was both serious and quite possibly the one that would finally definitively bring his life to its close. He bore this illness, as he had borne the earlier severe illness at Baluva, with the same extraordinary equanimity, without complaint, without any visible resentment toward Kunda, without the slightest suggestion, in word or in manner, that blame for what had occurred should attach itself to the devoted blacksmith whose simple, heartfelt hospitality had inadvertently produced this final fatal affliction. This absence of blame is worth sitting with carefully, because it represents something genuinely remarkable about the quality of mind the old man maintained even in these most physically difficult and most consequential of circumstances. No, the principle of intentional action and its natural unfolding consequences is sometimes misunderstood in popular usage as a kind of cosmic justice system, meting out punishment and reward according to some precise moral accounting. But the deeper teaching, the one the old man himself had always emphasized, centers not on punishment but on intention. Action's moral weight derives primarily from the quality of mind, the intention present in the person performing it. Kunda's intention in preparing and offering this meal had been entirely, completely generous, an act of genuine devotion undertaken with full sincerity and full good faith. That this act of generosity happened to produce, through no fault of intention on Kunda's part, a severe and ultimately fatal physical consequence did not, in the old man's own clear understanding, transform the karma of the act itself. Kunda's generosity remained genuinely, fully meritorious, and, regardless of its unintended physical consequences, and karuna, compassion, the trembling of the heart in response to another's suffering or potential suffering, moved the old man, even amid his own severe physical distress, to actively protect Kunda from the blame and the guilt that might otherwise quite naturally have descended upon a man who had unknowingly served his beloved teacher what would prove to be his final meal. And this protective compassion would express itself even more directly and more explicitly in the days immediately following. A detail the road ahead in the chapters still to come will carry you toward with the same unhurried patience that has carried you this far. For now, the company rests as best it can at Pava, the old man's condition serious enough that any continued travel seems, for these first difficult hours, genuinely uncertain. But he insists, as the worst of the initial acute crisis begins to ease somewhat, that the journey continue, that they walk on toward Kushinagar, not toward whatever remained of the road and whatever remained of the 3 months he had promised would be his final span of teaching and presence among them. If you are carrying right now any weight of guilt over harm you never intended to cause, any worry that some well-meant action of yours might have produced consequences you never wished for and could never have foreseen, let this part of the story settle gently into you tonight. Genuine generosity, offered in genuine good faith, does not become less genuine because of outcomes beyond your control or your knowledge. The intention remains what it was. The kindness remains real. Carry that with you now as you continue settling toward your own rest. Gargar. The road from Pava toward Kushinagar was not a long one by the standards of the journey thus far. Perhaps a single day's ordinary walking distance for a healthy traveler. But for the old man, a severely weakened condition that had followed the meal at Kunda's home, even this relatively short distance became an undertaking requiring frequent and extended rest. The texts record with careful and tender attention the specific details of this difficult final stretch of travel. The old man stopping repeatedly along the road to rest beneath whatever shade was available, and Ananda fetching water from nearby streams when his teacher expressed thirst. The whole company's pace slowed to something barely resembling forward progress at all. Each small distance covered representing real and visible effort on the part of a body that had, quite clearly, very little remaining strength left to draw upon. It was along this difficult stretch of road that they encountered Pukusa. He was a young man of the Mala clan traveling in the opposite direction, who had been, in earlier years, a student of a teacher named Alara Kalama, the very same meditation teacher under whom a much younger Siddhartha Gautama had once studied decades before, during his own initial years of spiritual seeking, before he had moved beyond what Alara Kalama could teach him and continued his search elsewhere. Pukusa, recognizing the old man and understanding something of his significance, stopped along the road to pay his respects, and the two of them fell into conversation. Pukusa sharing, among other things, a remarkable story about Alara Kalama's extraordinary capacity for meditative absorption, a story involving a caravan of carts passing close by the meditating teacher without his perceiving them at all, so complete was his concentrated stillness. The old man, in response, shared an even more remarkable instance of his own. A time during a violent thunderstorm when 2 farmers and 4 oxen had been struck and killed by lightning very near where he sat in deep meditative absorption, and he himself had perceived neither the storm's violence nor the deaths occurring so close beside him, his own concentration having carried him, in that moment, into a stillness even more complete than the one Pukusa had described. Pukusa, deeply moved by this conversation and by his encounter with the old man more broadly, made an offering. He had with him a pair of magnificent robes, woven of the finest cloth, gleaming with a particular golden luster that the texts describe as resembling the light of dawn itself. He wished to offer these robes to the old man as a gift. The old man accepted, not asking that one robe be offered to him and the other to Ananda. A small, characteristic detail of his continued attentiveness to his devoted attendant, even amid his own physical distress, ensuring that Ananda, too, received some portion of this generous gift rather than being left out of an offering directed primarily at the more senior figure. When the old man put on the golden robe Pukusa had given him, Ananda noticed something remarkable. The robe itself was extraordinarily fine, brilliantly golden, the kind of garment that would, under ordinary circumstances, have visibly outshone the wearer's own skin by simple virtue of its fabric's inherent luster. But as the old man wore it, Ananda observed that his teacher's own skin seemed to match the robe's brilliance, radiant, luminous, glowing with a particular clarity that made the golden cloth seem, if anything, slightly dimmer by comparison rather than the reverse. Ananda remarked on this, and the old man explained that this particular radiance of the skin occurred, in his experience, at only 2 specific moments across the whole span of a Tathagata's life. On the night of full and complete enlightenment, beneath the Bodhi tree all those decades before, and on the night of final Nibbana, the ultimate and complete passing beyond all further becoming. This was, in other words, though delivered with characteristic gentleness rather than dramatic emphasis, a clear and unmistakable confirmation. The end was now very near, not months away any longer, not in the way the 3-month timeline announced at the Kapala shrine had initially suggested, but imminent. This very night, the old man's words implied, or very close to it. You may feel, hearing this, something of the particular vertigo that must have moved through Ananda upon understanding what his teacher's radiant skin was actually signaling. The abstract 3-month timeline suddenly compressing with this single quiet observation into something far more immediate and far more real. It was during this same conversation, walking together toward Kushinagar in the gathering recognition of how near the end had now come, that the old man returned to the subject of Kunda, the devoted blacksmith whose meal, however unintentionally, had precipitated this final severe decline. He instructed Ananda directly, should anyone, days and years ahead, ever suggest to Kunda that he bore any blame, any fault, any cause for remorse regarding the meal he had offered, Ananda was to correct this misunderstanding clearly and firmly. Kunda's offering, the old man insisted, was to be understood as carrying merit of the very highest order, equal, in fact, to one other specific offering across the old man's entire long life. The offering of rice milk porridge given decades before by a young woman named Sujata on the very morning of the night that had culminated in his full enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. 2 meals, offered at the 2 pivotal thresholds of an entire spiritual life, the meal that had restored sufficient strength for enlightenment to occur, and the meal that had precipitated the final passage beyond all further becoming. Both, the old man insisted, carried identical merit, identical spiritual value, regardless of the vastly different physical outcomes each had produced. This is one of the most striking and theologically significant teachings preserved observed anywhere in this entire account, and it rewards careful, patient consideration. The value of an offering in this understanding and derives not from its physical consequences, not from whether the recipient subsequently thrived or, as in Kunda's case, subsequently fell gravely ill, but from the quality of generosity, the quality of faith, the quality of devoted intention present in the act of giving itself. Sujata had offered her rice milk porridge in complete sincerity, not knowing what it would ultimately enable, and Kunda had offered his meal in equally complete sincerity, not knowing what it would ultimately precipitate. Both gifts, given with the same quality of open, generous heart, carried, in the old man's own explicit teaching, exactly the same spiritual weight. There is research now, conducted many centuries later, in hospices and palliative care settings around the world, into what people actually want, what actually matters most to them, the final days and hours of a terminal illness. And one of the most consistent findings across this body of research is something that resonates remarkably with what the old man chose to emphasize in these final conversations with Ananda. Dying people overwhelmingly express less concern for their own remaining comfort or remaining time than for the well-being of those they will leave behind. The specific worry that animates so many final conversations is not, how will I manage the time remaining, but will the people I love be all right after I'm gone? Will they carry guilt they shouldn't carry? Will they grieve in ways that wound them more than necessary? Will they understand clearly that they did nothing wrong? Hospice workers and palliative care physicians asked to describe the conversations that seem to matter most in a patient's final weeks, consistently describe a particular pattern. The dying person, often with remarkably little prompting, working to resolve exactly this kind of unfinished emotional business, seeking out family members from whom they have been estranged, offering forgiveness or asking for it, making explicit statements of love and gratitude that, in ordinary healthy life, might have remained comfortably unspoken for years or even decades longer. There is something about the clarity that approaches alongside a recognized ending that seems to cut through the smaller, more habitual reluctances that usually keep people from saying the most important things to each other, while there is still technically plenty of time remaining to say them. What the old man was doing with Kunda publicly, explicitly absolving him of any blame, comparing his offering directly and favorably to Sujata's legendary gift, fits precisely within this pattern, observed now across thousands of recorded deathbed conversations spanning every culture researchers have studied. The dying, it turns out, spend much of their remaining clarity not managing their own fear, but actively working to lighten the load that those left behind will have to carry. This is perhaps one of the most consistent and most moving discoveries to emerge from the modern study of how people actually die. That love, rather than diminishing as the body weakens, often becomes more focused, more deliberate, more clearly and urgently expressed than it had been across years of ordinary, distracted living. This is precisely what the old man was doing in these final conversations along the road to Kushinagar, using whatever strength and clarity remained to him not to seek comfort for himself, but to ensure, explicitly and publicly, that Kunda would carry no undeserved burden of guilt in the years following this devastating unintended outcome of his own genuine generosity. You may find, holding this alongside whatever your own life has taught you about love and loss and the particular griefs that linger after someone is gone, that this same impulse, the wish to protect the people we love from unnecessary guilt, unnecessary grief, unnecessary burden, is among the most universal and most recognizable expressions of love available to any human heart, regardless of how many or how few centuries separate your own circumstances from this ancient road. The company continued on, slowly toward Kushinagar, closer now, the old man's strength visibly diminishing with each passing hour, but his attention, his care, his unwavering focus on the well-being of those around him remaining as steady and as complete as it had been at the very beginning of this long final journey, so many months before on a mountain called Vulture Peak, looking back at a city he loved. If you are walking this final stretch of road with them now, in whatever quiet darkness you've settled into tonight, let yourself simply rest in the steadiness of this care. The recognition that even as an ending draws near, even as strength fades and the body's own resources grow thin, the deepest and most essential qualities of love and attention need not fade along with it. They can remain as they remained here, clear and complete and freely given, right up until the very last mile of the very last road on. Kushinagar, when the company finally arrived, proved to be exactly what its name had suggested to those who had heard of it only in passing on the long road north, a small town, unremarkable. By the standards of the great cities the old man's ministry had touched across the decades, nothing like the bustling grandeur of Rajagaha, nothing like the cultured sophistication of Vesali, nothing like the ambitious rising promise of the new city taking shape at Patalagama. Just a modest provincial town of the Mala clan, the kind of place a traveler might pass through without particular notice, were it not for what was about to occur there. Ananda, helping his teacher cover these final, exhausting miles, found himself privately troubled by this fact in a way he had not yet voiced aloud. Surely, he thought, surely a teacher of such extraordinary significance, whose teaching had touched so many lives across so vast a stretch of the subcontinent, deserved to draw his final breath in one of the great cities. Champa, or Rajagaha, or Savathi, or Saketa, or Kasambi, or Varanasi, any of the 8 great cities where wealthy and devoted lay people in considerable numbers could gather to pay their final respects, where a funeral befitting such significance could be properly conducted. He voiced this concern eventually gently to his teacher. The old man's response, preserved carefully in the texts, gently corrected what he recognized as a misunderstanding rooted in ordinary, very human assumptions about significance and grandeur. Kushinagar, he told Ananda, was not in fact the insignificant town it now appeared to be. Long ago, in ages past, it had been a great and prosperous capital city itself. Kusavati, he called it by an older name, a city of considerable splendor and wealth in some distant former age, now full and thriving and significant in its own right, long before it had diminished across the slow accumulation of centuries into the modest provincial town it had since become. This detail matters for more than its surface curiosity. The old man was offering, even in this small aside, a final demonstration of the very teaching that had threaded through this entire journey. Anika, impermanence, the simple truth that even the grandest cities eventually diminish, even the most prosperous capitals eventually become unremarkable towns, and that the significance of a place, or by clear extension, not the significance of any ending, any final resting place, any final moment, does not depend on its outward grandeur at the moment it occurs. Kushinagar's modest present appearance did not diminish what was about to happen there. If anything, the contrast underscored with particular clarity that what mattered was not the town's current status but the event itself, unfolding with its own complete and sufficient significance regardless of the surrounding scenery. The company made their way to a grove just outside the town, a grove of sal trees, tall and stately, their characteristic broad leaves and pale, fragrant blossoms forming a natural canopy that, even in the late stages of the dry season, offered welcome and substantial shade. The old man asked Ananda to prepare a bed for him there, between 2 of the sal trees that grew close together, their branches reaching toward each other overhead in a way that created, between their twin trunks, natural and sheltered resting space. "Please, Ananda," he said, "prepare a bed for me between these twin sal trees with the head to the north. I am tired and want to lie down." Ananda, with the same careful, devoted attention he had brought to every task across his decades of service, arranged a simple bed in the indicated spot, and the old man lay down upon it on his right side. in the position the tradition would come to call the lion's posture, one leg resting upon the other, mindful and clearly comprehending, his head supported, facing north as he had requested. And then the texts record, something extraordinary occurred. Extraordinary not in the dramatic supernatural sense of earlier episodes along this journey, but extraordinary in its quiet, tender beauty. The twin sal trees, though entirely out of their natural blooming season, burst suddenly into full and complete flower, their pale blossoms opening all at once across every branch, and a shower of these blossoms began drifting down, gently, continuously, covering the old man's resting body in a soft, fragrant rain of petals. The texts are careful to frame this detail, not as mere spectacle, not as supernatural display intended to impress or astonish, but as something gentler and more moving. The forest itself, in its own wordless way, offering its devotion. A grove of trees, doing the only thing trees know how to do in order to honor what was occurring beneath their branches. Blooming, fully and completely out of season, because the moment itself called for nothing less. And you might let yourself rest for a moment in the image of this, an old man lying peacefully on a simple bed between two ancient trees, covered gently in a continuous, drifting shower of pale, fragrant blossoms, the whole grove around him hushed and reverent in the manner that certain places simply become instinctively when something of genuine significance is unfolding within them. The old man, observing this blossom shower himself, offered a teaching to Ananda that would, in the centuries that followed, become one of the most frequently cited and most carefully considered statements in the entire tradition regarding what actually constitutes proper devotion and proper honoring of a teacher. "It is not by this," he said, gesturing presumably to the falling blossoms, and by clear extension to any future elaborate ritual offering, any future ornate ceremony, any future grand and beautiful gesture of devotion that might be offered in his memory, that the Tathagata is rightly honored, venerated, esteemed, worshipped, and revered in the highest degree. Rather, he continued, it is the monk or the nun, the layman or the laywoman, who lives in accordance with the Dhamma, who practices it correctly, who walks the path it describes with genuine sincerity. That person, and that person alone, truly honors, venerates, esteems, worships, and reveres the Tathagata in the highest possible manner. This teaching deserves to be held with particular care because it speaks directly to a tension that would, in fact, emerge across the centuries that followed this old man's passing. The tension between devotional practice, with its grand temples and elaborate rituals and beautiful offerings, and the simpler, harder, more demanding work of actually living according to the teaching itself day by ordinary day. Choice by ordinary choice. The blossoms falling from the sal trees were beautiful. The old man did not dismiss or reject their beauty, but he was careful, even here, even in this final hour, to redirect attention toward what actually mattered most, not the beauty of the offering, but the genuine quality of the life being lived in response to the teaching that offering was meant to honor. As word spread through Kushinagar that the old man's final hours were approaching, the malice of the town began gathering at the grove. First in small numbers, then in increasingly larger crowds, families arriving together, elderly residents supported by younger relatives, children held in their parents' arms, all of them moving through the grove in a steady, continuous procession to pay their final respects to a teacher whose reputation, even in this modest provincial town, had clearly reached deep into the community's collective awareness and affection. Ananda, managing this growing crowd with whatever composure he could maintain amid his own considerable grief, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of people wishing to approach, to pay respects, to simply stand for a moment in the presence of the dying teacher before the opportunity to do so closed forever. And he devised a practical solution. Rather than allowing individuals to approach one at a time, which would have taken far longer than the remaining hours likely allowed, he organized the malice by family groups and allowing entire households to approach together, paying their respects collectively rather than individually, so that the considerable crowd could be accommodated within whatever time remained. The old man, observing this practical arrangement, expressed his approval. Detail, but one that reveals, even amid his own physical decline, his continued attentiveness to the practical well-being of everyone involved, his continued capacity to notice and appreciate good, compassionate problem-solving, even in these final hours. It was also during this period, amid the steady procession of grieving townspeople, that the old man raised a matter concerning a figure from very early in his own life. A man named Channa, who had served many decades before as the royal charioteer in the palace of the old man's own father, King Suddhodana of the Sakyan clan. It had been Channa who had driven the young Prince Siddhartha out from the palace on the 4 formative excursions that the tradition remembers as the sights that first shook the prince's comfortable, sheltered understanding of the world. An old man, bent and frail, a person suffering from serious illness, a corpse being carried to cremation, and finally a wandering ascetic, calm and apparently at peace despite having renounced every comfort the young prince had always assumed was necessary for contentment. It had been Channa, too, who had accompanied the prince on the night of his great departure, a secret midnight ride away from the palace and toward the forest where Siddhartha would cut off his own hair and begin the long search that would, many years later, lead to enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. Channa had wept, the old stories recalled, watching his prince and friend ride away into the darkness, and had been sent back alone, leading the prince's horse to deliver the news of the departure to a grieving royal household. In the decades since, Channa had himself eventually joined the Sangha, ordaining as a monk, but his temperament, shaped perhaps by his decades of intimate proximity to royal privilege, had remained, throughout much of his monastic life, stubbornly resistant to correction. He was known among the gathered community for a particular kind of prideful insistence, an unwillingness to accept guidance or criticism from his fellow monks, built on the lingering, unexamined sense that his early closeness to the Buddha, the very fact of having been there at the beginning, before any of the other monks had even encountered the teaching, somehow exempted him from the ordinary disciplines that governed everyone else's conduct. The old man, anticipating the difficulties this same stubbornness would likely continue to cause within the Sangha after his own passing, instructed Ananda in a particular disciplinary measure to be applied to Channa once the old man himself was no longer present to manage the matter personally. The Brahmadanda, the so-called higher penalty, by which the other monks would simply decline to speak with Channa at all, neither admonishing him nor instructing him, nor engaging him in ordinary conversation until such time as his own conduct had genuinely and visibly improved. This instruction, given amid so many other final teachings of profound philosophical and devotional weight, might seem at first encounter a strangely small and administrative matter to occupy these last precious hours, but it reveals in its own modest way something consistent with everything else this long journey has demonstrated about the quality of the old man's attention, right up to its very final hours. He did not allow the largeness of his own approaching death to excuse him from attending carefully to the smaller, more practical needs of the community he was leaving behind. Channa, man who had once wept to see his prince ride away into the darkness of his own great renunciation, would in time receive this measure of silent correction from his fellow monks after the parinibbana. And the later texts record, with a certain quiet satisfaction, that the treatment achieved exactly what the old man had intended, Channa's pride eventually giving way to genuine humility. and Channa himself eventually achieving the very liberation that his stubbornness had for so many years kept just beyond his own reach. It was during this same period of final instructions that the old man turned to a particular subject that had evidently been on his mind across these final weeks of travel. A subject he now addressed directly, comprehensively, with the clear intention of leaving behind explicit guidance for future generations of devotees who would never have the opportunity, as these gathered malice currently had, to stand in his physical presence. And he named 4 places he told Ananda and the gathered company that a person of faith should visit and look upon with reverence, feeling deep emotion throughout the centuries to come. 4 places that would, after his passing, serve as anchors for devotional pilgrimage, allowing future generations to maintain a tangible, physical connection to the key moments of his life, even though his actual presence would no longer be available to them. The place of his birth, Lumbini, the grove where beneath a flowering tree his mother Queen Maya had given birth to him, a place that centuries later, the great Emperor Ashoka would mark with a stone pillar bearing his own carefully inscribed words, a pillar that would survive remarkably into the modern era, still standing, still legible, still marking the precise location where this entire long story had first begun. The place of his enlightenment, Bodh Gaya, beneath the Bodhi tree where the young wanderer Siddhartha Gautama had become, through the long night of confronting and overcoming Mara's full assault, the fully awakened Buddha, the place where the lamp had first been lit that would, across the following decades, illuminate the path for countless others, and the place of his first teaching, the deer park at Isipatana, near Varanasi, where he had first turned the wheel of the Dhamma, sharing with his 5 former companions in asceticism the 4 noble truths and the 8-fold path that would become the foundation of everything that followed. And this place, Kushinagar itself, the grove of twin sal trees where he now lay, where his final passing into complete and total nibbana would occur, the place that would complete the circle, a 4th and final anchor point in the geography of his extraordinary life. These 4 places, he explained, would become in the centuries ahead sites of pilgrimage, places where devoted followers, unable to have known him directly, could still come, could still stand, could still feel something of the living connection to his teaching and his life that those gathered in this grove on this particular evening were fortunate enough to experience directly. And regarding his own physical remains, after the cremation that would soon need to be conducted, he gave specific instructions. They should be treated according to the customs reserved for a universal monarch, he was careful to clarify, and because such treatment mattered to him personally, since he would by that point have passed entirely beyond any concern for how his remains were handled, but because this treatment would provide laypeople, years and centuries ahead, with something tangible toward which they could direct their devotion. A stupa, he suggested, a domed monument containing relics, dhatu, the physical remains that would serve, for devoted laypeople unable to access the more abstract teachings of meditation and philosophy in their full depth, as a concrete, visible, touchable focus for their faith and their reverence. This instruction would prove, across the following centuries, one of the most consequential and most widely obeyed of all the practical directions the old man left behind. Stupas of every scale, from modest earthen mounds in remote village clearings to the great domed monuments that would eventually rise at Sanchi and Sarnath and across the full breadth of the Indian subcontinent and well beyond it, would be constructed in the generations that followed, each one carrying within it some fragment, sometimes substantial, sometimes barely more than symbolic, of the physical substance that had once housed a consciousness of extraordinary cultivation. The Emperor Ashoka, ruling some 2.5 centuries after this evening in the Sal Grove, would undertake one of the most ambitious relic distribution projects in recorded history, reportedly opening the original 8 great stupas, redistributing their contents, and constructing thousands of new stupas across his empire, each one intended to bring the devotional focus of the Dhatu within practical pilgrimage distance of as many of his subjects as possible. And Ashoka's own famous conversion to Buddhism, precipitated by his horror at the carnage of the Kalinga War, had produced in him exactly the kind of transformation the old man's teaching had always pointed toward. Not a ruler claiming divine sanction for whatever his armies chose to do, but a ruler genuinely attempting to order his own conduct, and the conduct of his vast administration, according to principles of compassion, non-harm, and respect for all living beings that he acknowledged as deriving from a source of wisdom far older and far more reliable than his own military success. A Ruminde pillar that Ashoka erected at Lumbini, the grove in Nepal where the old man had been born, the first of the 4 great pilgrimage sites he had named from his final resting place beneath the sal trees, still stands today. Its inscriptions, in a script that scholars spent generations learning to read, record in the emperor's own carefully chosen words both his pilgrimage to this birthplace and his determination to reduce the tax burden on the residents of the surrounding villages in honor of what had occurred there so many centuries before in a grove of flowering trees. The stone endures, the words endure, and in their endurance, something of that original evening at Kushinagar endures too. The old man's quiet insistence that the tangible, the visible, the physically present had a role to play in sustaining devotion across all the centuries when the teacher himself would no longer be present to walk through the villages and sit beneath the trees and answer, in person, questions that keep arising in every generation of genuine seekers. This instruction reveals something important about the old man's understanding of his own diverse community of followers. Not everyone, he seemed to recognize with clear-eyed compassion, would have the capacity or the circumstance to pursue the deepest meditative and philosophical dimensions of the teaching. Many devoted lay people, busy with the ordinary demands of working, householding lives, would find their primary spiritual nourishment through simpler, more accessible forms of devotion, visiting sacred sites, making offerings at stupas, and participating in the kind of tangible, physical religious practice that has sustained ordinary faith across every culture and every era of human history. By providing clear instructions for how his own remains should be honored, he was ensuring that this simpler, equally valid form of devotion would have a proper and lasting focus, even as the deeper philosophical teachings continued to be preserved and transmitted through the more dedicated practice of the monastic sangha. The afternoon light filtering through the sal canopy and through the continuing, gentle shower of pale blossoms had begun its slow transition toward evening. The crowds of Malas, having paid their respects in their organized family groups, gradually thinned, though many remained nearby, and, unwilling to leave entirely, settling into the deepening dusk at a respectful distance, keeping a kind of collective vigil alongside the gathered monks. You may find, walking with this story tonight, that something in this image. An old teacher lying peacefully beneath 2 ancient trees, blossoms falling gently around him. An entire community gathered nearby in quiet, reverent attention. Offers a particular kind of comfort, even amid its undeniable sorrow. There is nothing rushed here, nothing frantic, nothing of the often chaotic, often frightening quality that endings in our own modern experience so frequently carry. And this is an ending unfolding exactly as the old man himself had once described it, all those months before, looking back at Rajagaha from the heights of Vulture Peak. Not a candle blown out suddenly by violent wind, but a lamp running gently, gradually, peacefully out of oil. The flame had not yet gone out. There remained even now more to be shared. A final disciple still to arrive, final words still to be spoken. The actual moment of passing itself still ahead. in the deepening hours of this particular evening, beneath these particular blossoming trees. If you are resting now in your own gathering darkness, let the peacefulness of this scene settle into you as fully as it settled into that grove so many centuries ago. There is no need to rush toward whatever comes next. The blossoms continue falling. The evening continues deepening, and for this moment at least, everything that needs to be present is already here, gathered quietly together beneath the wide, accommodating branches of two ancient, devoted trees. As evening settled fully over the grove, a gathered company of monks sitting in quiet, attentive circles around the bed where the old man rested between the twin sal trees. A wandering ascetic arrived at the edge of the gathering. A man who had clearly traveled some distance, his clothing marked by dust, his bearing carrying the particular intensity of someone pursuing a question of genuine urgency rather than simple curiosity. His name was Subhata, and he approached one of the senior monks standing watch near the perimeter of the grove and explained his purpose directly. He had heard only recently that the great teacher Gautama would, this very night, enter final nibbana, and he had hurried here, covering considerable distances with whatever speed his own aging body could manage, because he carried a question of real philosophical weight, one he had carried for some time, unresolved, and he believed, with the particular conviction of a genuine seeker, that only this teacher, among all the various teachers and schools of thought he had encountered across his own long spiritual search, might be capable of resolving it properly. He wished urgently to be granted an audience. Ananda, hearing this request and understanding the extremity of his teacher's condition, the labored breathing, the visible exhaustion, the clear and pressing nearness of the end, made the protective decision that any devoted attendant in his position might have made. He told Subhata, gently but firmly, that this was not the time. The teacher was gravely ill, nearing his final hours, far too weakened to receive a stranger's philosophical inquiry, however genuine and however urgent that inquiry might feel to the person carrying it. He asked Subhata not to trouble the dying teacher with this request. Subhata, however, persisted. He asked again. Ananda refused again with the same gentle but unmistakable firmness. This exchange repeated itself a third time, and Subhata's evident desperation growing with each refusal, his sense that this opportunity, this single, irreplaceable opportunity, was slipping away from him even as he stood pleading at the very edge of the grove where the answer he sought lay resting, perhaps mere yards away, behind a barrier of protective devotion he could not seem to overcome. The old man lying on his bed between the sal trees overheard this exchange. He called out to Ananda, his voice weakened but still entirely clear in its intention, and instructed him directly, "Do not hinder Subhata, Ananda. Let him come. Whatever he wishes to ask, let him ask it of me directly. Whatever he learns from me, he will understand quickly and easily. He will not trouble me unduly with prolonged discourse. This moment deserves to be held carefully because it reveals something essential about the quality of attention and care the old man maintained right up to the literal final hours of his conscious life. He was, by every physical measure, in his last hours. The texts are unambiguous about the severity of his condition, the labored nature of his breathing, the clear and present nearness of death, and yet now faced with the choice between protecting his own remaining strength for whatever final moments of rest might still be available to him, or extending himself one final time to address the genuine spiritual need of a stranger who had traveled considerable distance specifically to reach him. He chose, without apparent hesitation, the latter. Ananda, understanding this instruction could not be refused, allowed Subhata to approach. Subhata came forward, exchanged the customary courteous greetings appropriate to such an encounter, and then, sitting respectfully near the old man's resting place, posed his question directly. There were, he explained, numerous teachers and leaders of various spiritual and philosophical schools across the region. Figures of considerable reputation and considerable following, each claiming, in their own way, to have achieved genuine spiritual realization, genuine and complete understanding of the deepest questions of existence. His question, urgent and genuine, was this: had all of these various teachers, each in their own distinct system and tradition, actually achieved the realization they claimed? Or had some achieved it while others had not? Or, perhaps more troublingly, had none of them actually achieved what they claimed at all? This was, in its way, a remarkably direct and remarkably difficult question. Not a request for comfort, not a simple devotional inquiry, but a genuine philosophical challenge, the kind of question that, handled carelessly, could easily devolve into the kind of sectarian dismissiveness that so often characterizes debates between competing spiritual traditions, each claiming superiority over the others. The old man's response, preserved with particular care in the text precisely because of its significance as among his final substantial teachings, avoided this trap entirely. He did not simply declare all rival teachers and traditions false, nor did he engage in the kind of comparative point-scoring that Subhada's question might have invited. Instead, he offered something both more humble and more rigorous, a clear, practical criterion by which the validity of any spiritual path, regardless of its particular doctrinal claims, could actually be assessed. In whatever teaching and discipline, he explained, the Noble Eightfold Path is not found. No true ascetic of the first, second, third, or fourth degree, meaning, in the framework of that time, the various recognized stages of spiritual attainment, is found either. But in whatever teaching and discipline the Noble Eightfold Path is found, true ascetics of these degrees are found as well. And then, with characteristic directness, he made the claim that gave this teaching its full force and its full humility simultaneously. In this teaching and discipline, he said, referring to his own path, Noble Eightfold Path is found, and therefore here and only here are true ascetics of all 4 degrees to be found. The systems of other teachers, he continued, are empty of such true ascetics, not because those other teachers were necessarily insincere or malicious, but simply because they lacked, in their respective systems, the specific and complete framework, the Eightfold Path, properly understood and properly practiced, that actually produces genuine liberation. This was a bold claim, but it was offered notably not as an attack on rival teachers' character or sincerity, but as a structural, almost technical observation. Liberation requires a particular complete path, and that path, the old man maintained, existed fully and completely only within his own teaching. Other paths might contain partial truths, might offer genuine ethical guidance or genuine meditative techniques, but without the complete and properly integrated Eightfold Path, right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration, full liberation, the complete cessation of suffering that the entire teaching pointed toward, remained in his clear assessment beyond reach. He concluded with a final, characteristically practical instruction. If the monks who remained after his passing continued to live and practice rightly, in accordance with this complete path, the world would not be left without genuinely liberated beings. Subhada, hearing this teaching, was profoundly moved. He had come seeking an answer to an abstract philosophical question, and what he had received was something both more direct and more personally transformative than he had perhaps anticipated. He requested immediately and without hesitation to be ordained, to be accepted into the Sangha, not to formally take up the monastic life in the complete practice the old man had just described, right here, right now, in whatever time remained. This presented an immediate practical complication. The ordinary procedure for accepting a wanderer from another tradition into the Buddhist Sangha required a probationary period, typically 4 months, during which the candidate's sincerity and suitability could be properly assessed before full ordination was granted. Such a waiting period was obviously entirely impossible given the circumstances. There would be no 4 months. There might not even be 4 more hours. The old man, recognizing both the genuine sincerity of Subhada's request and the practical impossibility of the standard procedure, made an exception, instructing Ananda to ordain Subhada immediately, waiving the customary probationary period in light of the unique and unrepeatable circumstances. Ananda, following this instruction, performed the necessary ordination ceremony, and Subhada, a wandering ascetic who had so nearly been turned away at the edge of the grove, became in these final hours a fully ordained member of the Sangha. The texts record this fact with a particular and poignant note. Subhada became in this way the very last person personally ordained by the Buddha himself, the final link in an unbroken chain of direct personal teaching and acceptance that stretched back across more than 4 decades, to the very first disciples who had gathered around him in the deer park at Isipatana all those years before. There is something worth sitting with in this final teaching encounter, something beyond its considerable historical and doctrinal significance. A man arrives, urgent and persistent, at the very threshold of someone else's death, asking to be let through a protective barrier that exists entirely reasonably to shield the dying from unnecessary burden. And the dying person, rather than retreating fully into his own final hours, rather than claiming, entirely justifiably, the right to a peaceful and undisturbed passing, chooses instead to extend himself one final time. Not because duty demanded it, but because, it seems, genuine care for another person's genuine spiritual needs simply did not diminish. Even here, even now, even with so very little strength left to give. You may find holding this alongside your own experience of caring for someone or being cared for in difficult final circumstances that this same impulse, the wish to give, even when giving has become genuinely costly, even when every reasonable consideration suggests that rest and self-protection should take priority, is among the deepest and most recognizable expressions of love available to any human being, regardless of the particular tradition or circumstance through which that love happens to express itself. In the aftermath of Subhada's ordination, as the night deepened further and the gathered monks settled into a quiet, watchful vigil around the old man's resting place, a different kind of grief began to surface among the assembled company, quieter, more diffuse, but no less real than the urgency that had brought Subhada to the grove's edge only a short while before. Many of the monks present, despite their training in equanimity, despite years or even decades of dedicated practice, found themselves unable to maintain full composure in the face of what was now undeniably unfolding before them. Some wept openly. Others sat in a kind of stunned, grief-stricken silence, a weight of the approaching loss settling over the grove with an almost physical heaviness. Ananda, perhaps more than anyone else present, found this weight nearly unbearable. He withdrew, at some point during these final hours, to a quiet spot away from the main gathering. The texts suggest he stood alone, leaning against the doorpost of a nearby structure, weeping with the particular grief of someone who has given the entirety of his devoted life to caring for another person, and who now faces, in the most immediate and undeniable terms, the complete and permanent ending of that decades-long relationship of service and love. He thought in this moment of private grief of his own continued spiritual incompleteness, the recognition, not painful in this particular context, that despite all his years of close proximity to the teaching, despite his extraordinary memory and his deep devotion, he had not yet, himself, achieved the full liberation that so many other disciples around him had already attained. And here was his teacher, the source of all that teaching, about to pass beyond reach forever, with Ananda himself still, by his own honest assessment, only partway along the path. He thought too in this private moment of grief of a monk named Vesali, whose story had circulated through the Sangha some years before, and which Ananda now found himself returning to with new and uncomfortable clarity. Vesali had come to the teaching not through any deep philosophical conviction, but through simple, overwhelming devotion to the old man's physical presence. He had wished, more than anything, simply to look upon his teacher, to sit within sight of him, finding in that visual proximity a comfort he struggled to locate anywhere else. When Vesali had fallen gravely ill and lay dying, he had expressed a single regret, that his body was now too weak to make the journey to see the Buddha one final time. The old man, hearing of this, had gone to him directly and had offered Vesali a teaching that Ananda now found rising up in his own memory with a kind of painful, ironic clarity. Whoever sees the Dhamma, the old man had told the dying Vesali, sees me. Whoever sees me, sees the Dhamma. The physical form, however, beloved, was never the actual point. The teaching itself, lived and embodied, was the lasting presence that no illness, no distance, no eventual parinibbana could ever take away. Ananda understood this teaching intellectually. He had understood it, in fact, for years. And yet here he stood, weeping at a doorpost, discovering that intellectual understanding and the actual, not felt experience of impending loss were not, it turned out, quite the same thing at all, a gap between knowing and feeling that no amount of careful study seemed fully able to close. He thought, too, of King Pasenadi of Kosala, an old friend of the old man's, a ruler who had, across decades, become one of the teaching's most devoted royal patrons. His own friendship with the old man marked by a particular warmth and ease that had crossed, repeatedly, the ordinary boundaries separating king from teacher. Pasenadi had once remarked, in a conversation the Sangha remembered with particular fondness, that he and the Blessed One were both in their own ways growing old together, both having reached advanced years, both having watched their bodies change in all the ordinary undramatic ways that aging bodies change, and both having found, in that shared aging, an unexpected source of mutual understanding and friendship that transcended the difference in their stations. Pasenadi was not present at Kushinagar. Distance and circumstance had kept him elsewhere in these final days, and Ananda found himself wondering, in this raw moment of his own grief, what that old royal friend would feel when the news eventually reached him. How he would receive word that his fellow traveler into old age had completed the journey first. The old man, sensing Ananda's absence and understanding, even now, with whatever subtle perception remained available to him, exactly what his devoted attendant was likely experiencing in this difficult private moment, asked the other monks where Ananda had gone. No, he was found and brought back gently to his teacher's side. And what followed was one of the most tender and most carefully preserved exchanges in this entire account. The old man, in what both of them now clearly understood to be among his final opportunities for direct conversation, offering Ananda not rebuke for his grief, not even the redirection toward presence that he had offered at Beluva, but something different, explicit, detailed, heartfelt praise for the totality of Ananda's service across their many years together. Enough, Ananda, he said. Do not grieve, do not lament. Have I not told you already that it is the nature of all things dear and beloved to us, that we must be separated from them, leave them, sever ourselves from them? How could it be otherwise? For a long time, Ananda, you have been in my presence showing loving kindness in act of body, speech, and mind, helpfully, blessedly, wholeheartedly, unstintingly. He continued, naming specific qualities. Ananda's faithfulness, his learning, his energy, his attentiveness, his wisdom, praising each in turn with a directness and a specificity that, the texts make clear, was unusual even within their long relationship, the kind of comprehensive, explicit appreciation that people often wish they had offered more freely to those they love, before the opportunity to offer it has passed beyond reach. He told Ananda that he had served him well, that his service had been a source of genuine merit, and that if Ananda continued his practice with diligence, he too would soon achieve the full liberation that had until now remained just beyond his grasp. This exchange, grief met not with correction but with comprehensive, generous praise, offers perhaps one of the most quietly moving models available anywhere in this tradition for how to meet someone else's grief at the approach of loss. The old man did not tell Ananda his tears were unnecessary or premature or a sign of insufficient spiritual attainment. He simply, directly, generously told him the truth of how deeply and how well he had been loved and served across their decades together, offering in this final exchange exactly the kind of explicit affirmation that grieving hearts so often most need to hear and so rarely receive in time. You may find yourself thinking, hearing this exchange, of your own relationships, the people who have served and loved you across years of quiet accumulated devotion, the appreciation you may have felt but never fully voiced, the words that remain even now unsaid. And there is a particular grace available in choosing, while there is still time, to say these things directly, not waiting for a final hour that may arrive too suddenly or too gradually. Leave adequate room for everything that genuinely deserves to be spoken. The old man, having offered this comprehensive praise, turned his attention briefly to a more practical matter, addressing the assembled monks regarding Ananda's exceptional qualities as an attendant, noting for the historical record, in effect, that all previous Buddhas across the vast and ancient lineage of awakened teachers had likewise been served by attendants of exceptional devotion, and that Ananda, in this regard, stood worthily among that distinguished company. Night continued to deepen around the grove. The blossoms, still falling intermittently from the sal trees overhead, settled in a soft accumulating layer across the ground, across the simple bed where the old man rested, and across the bowed heads of the monks who remained gathered in their quiet, watchful circles. There remained even now a final question that needed addressing, a practical matter. The old man raised himself, sensing, perhaps, that some among the gathered monks might be reluctant to voice it directly out of respect or out of their own difficulty in confronting it head-on. He asked 3 separate times, with deliberate and unhurried spacing between each asking, whether any monk present had any final doubt or uncertainty regarding the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, or the path itself. Any question, however small, that remained unresolved, that this final opportunity for direct clarification might still address. Each time he asked, the response was complete and unbroken silence. There is a particular quality to the silence that follows an invitation of this kind, when that silence is genuinely confident rather than merely deferential or afraid. And it has a different texture than the silence of people too intimidated to speak, or too polite to admit confusion, or too overwhelmed by grief to formulate their uncertainties into coherent questions. Silence. The silence that followed each of the old man's 3 patient askings carried within it something that those present would, in their various ways, have been able to distinguish from those other kinds. A fullness rather than an emptiness, a resting in settled understanding rather than an absence of the courage required to voice confusion. The old man, whose capacity for perceiving the quality of a silence had been refined across decades of teaching, clearly recognized this distinction. Had he sensed uncertainty hiding behind polite restraint, he would, the entire arc of his teaching suggests, have pressed further, found another way into the question, drawn the uncertainty out rather than leaving it unaddressed. But what he sensed here was genuine. The assembled monks, even amid their grief, even in these most difficult circumstances any of them had ever faced, sitting in a quality of trust and settled understanding that did not require further explanation or further reassurance. This, too, is something worth carrying with you into the quiet that is gathering now around your own resting body. There are questions that deserve to remain open, held with curiosity and patience until understanding arrives in its own time. And there are questions that, through careful, sustained attention over a long period, have gradually, genuinely settled. Not because they were forced into premature resolution, but because the practice of attending to them, honestly and without rushing, eventually allowed them to find their own natural ground. You do not need to manufacture doubt where genuine understanding has already arrived. You are allowed to rest tonight in whatever has actually settled in you. Not performing certainty you don't feel, not performing uncertainty you don't feel either. The silence all 3 times was the truest answer available to him. This silence, the texts are careful to specify, was not the silence of grief too overwhelming to permit speech, nor the silence of monks too intimidated or too deferential to voice genuine uncertainty in their teacher's final hours. It was instead, the texts insist, a silence of complete confidence. The assembled company of monks, even amid their grief, finding within themselves no genuine doubt remaining about the teaching they had received, no unresolved question pressing urgently enough to require this final moment of clarification. The old man, observing this complete and confident silence, offered one final reflection on what it revealed. It might be, he suggested, that the monks present asked nothing not out of fear or reverence, but simply because there was among this particular gathered company not a single monk who harbored any remaining doubt or perplexity regarding the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, or the path. Even the least advanced among them, he noted, had at minimum entered irreversibly upon the stream that led, with absolute certainty, toward eventual full liberation. If you are resting now in the gathering quiet of your own evening, perhaps you might consider gently whether there remains any question you have been carrying, any uncertainty about your own path, your own practice, your own way of meeting whatever difficulties or whatever peace your own life currently holds. This is not a question that demands an answer tonight. It is simply an invitation, offered in the same spirit the old man offered it to his gathered company so many centuries ago, to notice, honestly and without pressure, what remains unresolved in you and what perhaps has already settled into the kind of quiet confidence that needs no further asking. The grove had grown very still. The blossoms continued their gentle, intermittent falling, and the old man, having received this confirming silence, having offered his final teaching to Subhadha and his final words of comprehensive praise to Ananda, prepared himself, in the deepening hours of this long night, not for what remained. There was still one thing left to say. A monk named Upavana stood near the old man's resting place throughout much of this final night, gently fanning him with a broad palm leaf fan, a small and ordinary act of care, the kind of simple physical comfort that attendants had offered the old man across countless evenings throughout his long ministry, fanning away the lingering warmth of the day and easing whatever discomfort the body's labored breathing might otherwise have intensified. At some point during these final hours, the old man asked Upavana to step aside, away from his immediate presence. This request, given without harshness but with unmistakable clarity, surprised those nearby who had grown accustomed to seeing Upavana faithfully performing this small service. Ananda, not curious and perhaps slightly concerned that some offense had inadvertently been given, later asked his teacher why Upavana, of all the devoted monks present, had been asked to withdraw at this particular moment. The old man explained that a great multitude of beings, devas and other beings from across what the tradition understood as the many surrounding planes of existence, drawn by the magnitude of the occasion unfolding in this grove, had gathered invisible to ordinary human sight in the spaces around the twin sal trees, eager for their own opportunity to witness and pay respects to the Tathagata in his final hours. Upavana's physical presence, faithfully standing and fanning at such close proximity, was, without any fault of his own, partially obstructing the view these gathered, unseen beings were hoping for. Whether this explanation is received as literal cosmological fact or as the kind of devotional and scripture-preserving language through which an ancient tradition expressed its sense of cosmic significance, the detail itself carries a gentler and more universally recognizable truth beneath its surface. Even in these final, most intimate hours, the old man remained attentive to needs and presences that extended well beyond the small circle of monks visibly gathered around him. A final demonstration of an awareness that had, across his entire ministry, always seemed to extend outward in concentric circles of care, touching far more than what any single observer, however devoted, could immediately see or fully comprehend. Upavana withdrew, not without complaint, taking up a position slightly further from the bed, his fan now serving the gathered company more broadly rather than the old man alone. The grove had settled, by this point in the night, into a particular quality of stillness that Ananda, even amid his grief, found himself recognizing as unlike any stillness he had experienced before. Not the ordinary quiet of a sleeping camp, not even the deep, not settled silence of accomplished group meditation, but something more complete, more total, as though the grove itself, the gathered monks, the surrounding darkness of the Mala countryside, had all, together, drawn into a single shared breath, waiting. The old man, resting on his simple bed between the twin sal trees, spoke once more. His final words, when they came, carried none of the dramatic weight that such a momentous occasion might in another telling have demanded. They were simple, direct, entirely consistent with the plain, practical clarity that had characterized every major teaching across his more than 4 decades of ministry. "Behold now, monks," he said, his voice weakened but still clear in its essential meaning. "I exhort you, all conditioned things are of a nature to decay. Strive on untiringly with diligence. Handadani bhikkhave amantayami vo, vayadama sankara pamadena sampadetha." The words in the original language carry a particular rhythmic finality that translation can only partially convey. A closing benediction, plain and unadorned, offering not some final secret teaching held in reserve until this last possible moment, but simply a restatement in its most distilled and essential form of everything he had been teaching all along. Impermanence as the basic fact of all conditioned existence, and diligent, sustained effort as the appropriate and sufficient response to that fact. There was no further elaboration, no additional doctrine, no dramatic final revelation beyond what had already, across all these decades and all these many thousands of discourses, been fully and completely given. These were his last words. What followed, the texts record with extraordinary and careful attention to detail. Detail preserved not for mere historical curiosity, but because the manner of this passing was understood by those who witnessed it and by the generations of practitioners who would study this account in the centuries that followed to itself constitute a final teaching, demonstrated rather than spoken, about the actual, practical capacities that decades of sustained meditative practice could produce, even at the very threshold of physical death. The old man entered the first jhana, the first level of meditative absorption, characterized by the presence of applied and sustained thought alongside a quality of rapture and ease born of seclusion from ordinary sensory distraction. From the first jhana, he progressed to the second, where applied and sustained thought subside, replaced by a more unified rapture and ease born purely of concentration itself. From the second to the third, where even rapture fades, leaving a more refined and stable equanimity alongside continued physical ease. And from the third to the fourth jhana, where even that physical ease falls away, leaving only a purity of equanimity and mindfulness, beyond pleasure and beyond pain. From the fourth jhana, he continued further still, into what the tradition calls the formless attainments, states of consciousness even more refined and more completely abstracted from ordinary sensory and conceptual experience than the jhanas themselves, the base of infinite space, where awareness expands beyond any sense of bounded physical form, the base of infinite consciousness, where awareness turns to contemplate the boundless nature of consciousness itself, the base of nothingness, where even that contemplation of boundless consciousness is released in favor of a profound and stable absorption in the absence of any particular object of awareness at all. And finally, a base of neither perception nor non-perception, the most refined and subtle state of consciousness the tradition recognizes, where the very categories of perceiving and not perceiving become too coarse, too dualistic, to adequately describe what remains. At this point, Ananda, watching closely alongside another senior monk named Anuruddha, a cousin of the old man's, renowned within the Sangha for his exceptional capacity for subtle perception, for his ability to discern with unusual clarity, and the precise stages of meditative absorption that other observers might miss entirely. Ananda turned to Anuruddha and asked, with evident alarm, whether the Blessed One had now passed into final nibbana. Anuruddha, whose own deep training allowed him to perceive what Ananda, despite his decades of devoted proximity, could not yet discern with the same precision, told him, "No, not yet." And the Blessed One had entered the base of neither perception or non-perception, the final and most subtle of the formless attainments, but had not yet passed beyond it into final nibbana itself. And then, the texts record, something remarkable occurred, a detail that practitioners and scholars across the subsequent centuries have studied with particular care because of what it reveals about the actual structure and the actual mastery the old man's lifetime of practice had achieved. He did not simply continue forward, deeper still, into whatever lay beyond the base of neither perception nor non-perception. He reversed course. He descended back down through the formless attainments, from neither perception nor non-perception back to the base of nothingness, back to the base of infinite consciousness, back to the base of infinite space, and then continued descending further still, back through the 4 jhanas in reverse order, down to the first jhana, and then remarkably back up again, reascending this time from the first jhana through to the 4th. This forward and reverse movement through the full spectrum of meditative attainment, undertaken in these final, literal moments of conscious life, was understood by those who witnessed and later studied it as a demonstration of absolute and complete mastery, not the desperate clinging of a mind seeking refuge in increasingly subtle states to avoid the reality of impending death, but the calm, deliberate, fully controlled movement of a consciousness so completely at home within the entire architecture of meditative experience that it could move through every level of that architecture, not forward and backward, with total ease and total precision, right up until the very threshold of its final transition. It was from the 4th jhana, not from any of the more subtle formless attainments, but from this particular, specific level of meditative absorption, characterized by its purity of equanimity and mindfulness beyond both pleasure and pain, that the old man passed finally and completely into parinibbana. And the exact moment of this final passage was so subtle, so free of any dramatic external marker, that even those gathered closely around his bed could not, in the immediate instant itself, point with certainty to precisely when it had occurred. Anuruddha, with his exceptional capacity for subtle perception, understood what had happened almost immediately. Ananda, watching with equal devotion but without quite the same degree of meditative refinement, required Anuruddha's gentle confirmation. "It has happened," Anuruddha told him. "The Blessed One has passed into final nibbana. This is the lamp running out of oil, exactly as he had described it all those months before, looking back at Rajagaha from the heights of Vulture Peak. Not a sudden extinguishing, not a violent wind sweeping in to snuff out the flame in a single dramatic instant. Instead, a gradual, complete, and entirely peaceful diminishment, the flame growing smaller and smaller through the careful, deliberate progression of the jhanas and the formless attainments until, finally, so gently that no single witnessed moment could be pointed to with absolute certainty, there was simply no more oil remaining for the flame to consume, and the flame, having no further fuel, was, in the most natural and unremarkable way imaginable, no longer needed. You may remember, and if you have carried this image with you across the whole long span of this journey, what was said about this lamp at the very beginning. The master open loop planted so many hours of walking ago on a mountain peak overlooking a city in golden evening light. You may not have fully understood then what such a passing could actually mean, how an ending could be neither tragic catastrophe nor diminished anticlimax, but something else entirely, complete, peaceful, and in its own particular way beautiful. You understand it now. The earth, the texts record, trembled once more at this moment, but gently this time, nothing like the dramatic earthquake that had marked the decision made at the Kapala shrine 3 months before. This trembling was softer, the texts suggest, and more like an exhale than a violent convulsion. The natural world itself, perhaps, simply registering in its own wordless way the magnitude of what had just occurred, without need for drama or spectacle to mark its significance. The grove fell into a profound and complicated silence. Among the gathered monks, the responses varied in ways the texts preserve with careful, non-judgmental honesty. And some of the more advanced practitioners, those who had themselves achieved significant levels of meditative attainment and who understood, with genuine clarity, the nature of what had occurred, maintained a composed and steady equanimity even amid their grief, recognizing the passing not as tragedy but as the natural and appropriate completion of a long and extraordinary life, exactly as the teaching itself had always described such endings. But many others, and the texts are notably honest about this, refusing to sanitize the very human grief that filled the grove in these immediate aftermath hours, wept openly, tore at their hair, threw their arms up in evident distress, and cried out with the raw and unguarded anguish of people who have just lost someone whose presence had organized and oriented the entirety of their adult lives. Too soon has the Blessed One passed away, some of them cried, according to the preserved accounts. Too soon has the eye of the world vanished from sight. This is perhaps one of the most quietly important details preserved anywhere in this entire account, the explicit acknowledgement, within the tradition's own earliest and most carefully preserved memory of this event, that grief, full, unguarded, sometimes overwhelming grief, was not somehow incompatible with genuine spiritual understanding. The monks who had practiced for decades, even monks who understood intellectually and even experientially the truth of impermanence that the old man had spent his entire ministry teaching, still wept, still grieved, still found themselves in this moment overwhelmed by a loss too significant, too foundational to be processed through equanimity alone. The teaching had never asked anyone to feel nothing in the face of loss. It had asked, and instead, for a particular quality of relationship with whatever feeling arose, neither suppressing grief through forced composure, nor being entirely consumed and destabilized by it, but allowing it to move through, now fully and honestly, while maintaining, somewhere beneath even the deepest sorrow, the steady ground of understanding that this old man had spent his whole life helping others to find within themselves. And a senior monk named Anuruddha, drawing on his own considerable spiritual maturity, offered words of comfort and guidance to the grieving company in these immediate hours, reminding them gently of teachings the old man himself had given many times across the years, that grief, while natural and not to be suppressed, not be allowed to become so overwhelming that it prevented the necessary and appropriate response to what had occurred, namely the proper care of the body, and the continued diligent practice that honored the most meaningful way possible everything the old man had spent his life teaching. The night passed, somehow, in this complicated mixture of grief and reverent vigil. Not the gathered monks and the townspeople of Kushinagar who had remained nearby maintaining their watch around the simple bed beneath the twin sal trees until the first gray light of dawn began, gradually, to filter through the blossom-laden branches overhead. The malice of Kushinagar, upon learning fully of what had occurred during the night, took up the responsibility of preparing for the funeral rites with the same evident devotion they had shown throughout the previous evening's gathering. They wrapped the body, according to the texts, layer upon layer of new cloth, alternating with layers of carded cotton wool in a manner traditionally reserved for the funeral rites of a universal monarch. Exactly the treatment the old man himself had specified in his final instructions to Ananda, as appropriate not for his own sake but for the sake of the lay people who would in the centuries ahead need a tangible focus for their devotion. And they constructed a funeral pyre of fragrant wood and prepared an iron vessel of oil in which the body, once properly wrapped, would eventually rest before cremation. But before the cremation could proceed, a delay occurred. A delay that the texts record with particular significance because of who arrived to occasion it and what that arrival meant to the gathered community. Mahakassapa, one of the old man's most senior and most respected disciples. The same Mahakassapa who years before had received the wordless transmission of a single flower turned silently in his teacher's hand. A disciple renowned above all others for his deep capacity for ascetic discipline and profound meditative attainment, was traveling, at the time of the old man's passing, along a road some distance from Kushinagar, accompanied by a substantial company of his own students. Word of the passing reached him along this road, carried by a wandering ascetic who happened to be traveling in the opposite direction, holding, as he traveled, a single blossom from the Mandarava tree, a flower understood within the tradition to bloom only in connection with events of the most profound cosmic and spiritual significance. Its presence here, the ascetic explained when questioned, confirming what had occurred. The great teacher had entered final nibbana 7 days before. The grief that moved through Mahakassapa's traveling company upon receiving this news was profound and, among some of the less spiritually mature members of that company, expressed itself in troubling ways. One monk, in particular, a man who had only recently entered the Sangha and whose practice remained evidently far from settled, responded to the news not with grief but with a kind of perverse relief, and declaring openly to his companions that they should not mourn, since they were now finally free from the old ascetic's constant instruction about what was proper and what was improper, and finally able to do as they pleased without his constant correction. This single troubling voice, preserved in the text not to dwell on scandal, but because of the important contrast it provides, stands as a stark counterpoint to everything else recorded about how the wider community received this loss, where the vast majority of disciples, lay and monastic alike, had experienced grief precisely because of how deeply they had valued the old man's guidance and presence. This one dissenting monk revealed, through his very relief at being free from that guidance, exactly how far he remained from genuinely understanding or embodying what that guidance had actually been pointing toward. Mahakassapa, deeply troubled by this exchange in understanding, with clear foresight and the kind of laxity and discord that such attitudes might eventually produce within the wider Sangha if left unaddressed, resolved that a formal gathering of the senior monks, what would come to be known in the months following as the First Buddhist Council, should be convened to properly recite and confirm the body of teachings and disciplinary rules the old man had given across his long ministry, and ensuring these teachings would be preserved accurately and transmitted faithfully to future generations, rather than being subject to exactly the kind of casual disregard this single troubling voice had revealed as a genuine and present risk. This council convened some months later in a great cave near Rajagaha, the very city this whole long journey had begun by leaving, would gather 500 of the most accomplished monks in the entire Sangha, with Mahakassapa presiding, and Ananda himself, despite his continued struggle to achieve the full liberation that so many others around him had already attained, would be invited to attend on the understanding, gently but firmly communicated by his fellow monks, that his presence was essential. No one else possessed his extraordinary memory, his capacity to recall with word-for-word precision the vast body of discourses the old man had delivered across more than 4 decades of teaching. The night before the council was scheduled to formally begin, the text's record, Ananda, recognizing the weight of what was being asked of him and the inadequacy of attending such a gathering still short of full liberation, devoted himself to intensive, focused meditation practice through the entire remaining hours of darkness, determined to achieve, through his own sustained effort, the breakthrough that had eluded him across so many years of devoted but incomplete practice. As dawn approached, exhausted from his night-long effort, he decided to lie down to rest, if only briefly, before the council's proceedings began. And in the simple, ordinary act of lowering his head toward the pillow, that unremarkable transitional moment between effort and rest, between sitting and lying down, full and complete liberation arrived, unbidden, exactly where decades of more dramatic, more deliberate effort had not quite managed to deliver it. He arrived at the council the next morning, the text's note with quiet satisfaction, no longer carrying the particular incompleteness that had weighed on him throughout these final difficult months. His teacher's careful, patient confidence in him, expressed so many times across their decades together, now finally and fully vindicated. He took his place among the fully liberated elders, and across the months that followed recited in careful and exhaustive detail every discourse he could recall his teacher delivering, recitations that would in time become the foundation of the Sutta Pitaka, the vast collection of discourses that remains, to this day 25 centuries later, one of humanity's most carefully preserved bodies of spiritual teaching. But before any of this organizational work could begin, Mahakassapa hurried the remaining distance to Kushinagar and, arriving to find the funeral pyre already constructed, the body already wrapped and prepared, the malice and the gathered monks waiting, in fact, for reasons the text attribute to a kind of mysterious, almost supernatural resistance, unable to successfully ignite the pyre, despite repeated attempts. The traditional understanding, preserved across the centuries, holds that the pyre would not catch flame until Mahakassapa himself had arrived and paid his final, personal respects, that some quality of devotion, some sense of what remained properly unfinished in this final ritual sequence, held the natural elements themselves in a kind of patient waiting, refusing to proceed until this particular senior disciple, traveling as quickly as his own aging body could manage, had completed the journey to reach his teacher's side one final time. Mahakassapa approached the wrapped body, circumambulated it 3 times in the traditional gesture of profound respect, and then, in a detail the texts preserve with particular tenderness, the feet of the body, wrapped though they were in their many layers of cloth and cotton, emerged from the wrappings, extending outward as though offered specifically for this final act of devotion, allowing Mahakassapa to press his forehead against them in one last gesture of complete reverence and farewell. And only after this final act of devotion had been completed did the funeral pyre, the text record, spontaneously ignite. You might receive this detail, as so many other remarkable details across this long account, not necessarily as literal historical fact requiring belief, but as the kind of meaningful, devotionally significant memory that communities preserve about events of the deepest importance, a way of honoring, through the language of reverent story, the genuine and profound bond between teacher and most senior disciple. A bond significant enough in the collective memory of those who witnessed and later transmitted this account, that even fire itself seemed to wait patiently until that bond had been properly and completely honored one final time. The cremation proceeded. In the days that followed, once the flames had done their work and the ashes had cooled sufficiently to be gathered, a new and potentially serious difficulty arose, one that left unresolved, and to undermine the very peace and unity that the old man's entire teaching had worked so hard to cultivate. Word of the Parinibbana had spread, in the days since the passing, well beyond Kushinagar itself, and reaching the rulers and representatives of several other kingdoms and confederacies throughout the region, kingdoms whose populations had likewise benefited, across the decades from the old man's teaching and presence, and who now, understandably, wished to claim a portion of his relics for their own community's devotional purposes. Messengers arrived from King Ajatasattu of Magadha, from the Likchavas of Vesali, the Sakyans of Kapilavathu, the old man's own birth clan, from the Bulas of Alakapa, from the Koliyas of Ramagama, from a Brahmin of Vethadipa, and from the Malas of Pava, and each delegation arriving with essentially the same request: a portion of the sacred relics to be enshrined and honored within their own respective territories. The Malas of Kushinagar, who currently possess the relics by virtue of having hosted the parinibbana and conducted the cremation, initially resisted these requests, asserting that since the Blessed One had passed away within their own territory, relics properly belonged to them alone, and they had no intention of dividing or sharing what they understood to be theirs by right of location. This refusal, communicated to the assembled delegations from the various other kingdoms, produced immediate and serious tension. Tension significant enough that the possibility of actual armed conflict, kingdoms going to war with each other over the distribution of a beloved teacher's physical remains, became, for some uncomfortable period, a genuine and pressing concern. It was at this critical juncture that a respected Brahmin named Dona stepped forward to mediate. Nana addressed the assembled and increasingly tense representatives of the various claiming parties with words that the texts preserve as a model of exactly the kind of wisdom the old man himself had spent his entire ministry trying to cultivate in others. It would be entirely inappropriate, Dona argued, for war to break out over the relics of one who had taught, throughout his entire life, the supreme importance of patience, forbearance, and concord. To fight over the remains of a teacher whose central message had been the cessation of conflict and the cultivation of peace would represent, Dona insisted, a profound and almost grotesque betrayal of everything that teacher had stood for. He proposed, instead, a solution. The relics should be divided into 8 equal portions, not with one portion allocated to each of the 8 claiming parties, allowing every community that had genuinely loved and benefited from the old man's teaching to construct their own stupa, their own focus for ongoing devotion, without any single community claiming exclusive possession of what had, in truth, belonged to the entire world the old man's teaching had touched. This proposal was accepted by all parties, and Dona himself undertook the careful, not respectful work of dividing the relics into the agreed 8 portions, keeping for himself as compensation for this mediating service only the vessel that had been used to measure and distribute the remains, a detail that, in its own modest way, reflects exactly the kind of unselfish, service-oriented conduct the old man's teaching had always held up as exemplary. 8 stupas were subsequently constructed across the various kingdoms and territories whose representatives had received a portion of the relics, becoming, in the centuries that followed, important sites of pilgrimage and devotion in their own right. Joining in time the 4 primary pilgrimage sites the old man himself had named in his final days at Kushinagar, expanding the geography of devotional practice available to followers across the entire region, and eventually across the entire world that this teaching would in time come to touch. Centuries later, Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, traveling through this same region on his own long and arduous journey to collect Buddhist texts and visit Buddhist sites, would walk the same grove at Kushinagar, by then transformed into an elaborate complex of monasteries and monuments built up, layer upon layer, across the many generations since the old man's actual passing. He recorded, with the same careful attention he brought to every site he visited, a great stupa marking the place between the sal trees, a reclining statue depicting the old man in his final posture, and a community of monks still maintaining devoted practice in this place that had once been, by the old man's own account, only a modest and unremarkable provincial town. Xuanzang noted, too, with the particular melancholy that characterizes so much of his travel writing, the visible signs of decline already evident even in his own era. Centuries before his visit would itself become ancient history. Certain structures fallen into disrepair, certain practices once vigorous now diminished. The inevitable erosion that anicca, impermanence, brings to every built and gathered thing regardless of how sacred its original purpose. He recorded what he saw not with despair, but with the same clear-eyed attentiveness that the old man himself had brought to his observation of the half-built foundations at Patalagama so many centuries before. A willingness to see both what remained beautiful and what had already begun, inevitably, to fade. This too is part of the teaching's own long unfolding, that even the most carefully preserved monuments to impermanence are not, themselves, exempt from impermanence. The stupas rose and in time, some crumbled. The monasteries flourished and in time some were abandoned. The teaching itself, however, carried not in stone or relic, but in the living practice of each new generation willing to take it up, continued onward, surviving the fall of the very monuments built to honor it, because its true preservation had never, in fact, depended on stone at all. This resolution, peaceful division rather than violent conflict, and achieved through wise mediation rather than forceful assertion of singular claim, stands as a final, fitting echo of everything this long journey has demonstrated, again and again, across every village and every encounter along its considerable length, that the deepest teachings are honored not through grand declaration, but through the quiet, consistent, practical application of wisdom to whatever genuine difficulty actually arises. There is something particular about being present in someone's final hours that those who have experienced it consistently describe, ways that cross every cultural and historical boundary, as unlike almost any other human experience. The quality of attention that becomes available in such circumstances, the particular stillness, the particular clarity, the sudden and irresistible irrelevance of so many of the smaller concerns and preoccupations that ordinarily consume so much of daily consciousness. This is something that the gathered monks at Kushinagar and the gathered Malas and even Ananda weeping at his doorpost would each have recognized immediately from their own experience of those final hours. People who have sat with dying loved ones, or who have been present at the very threshold of another person's final passage, often describe afterward a profound difficulty in explaining to those who weren't there exactly what it felt like, why the room seemed both heavier and lighter than ordinary rooms, why time moved differently, why small physical details, the specific quality of the light through a window, the sound of breathing, the weight of a hand held in both of yours, seemed to register with an unusual, almost painful vividness, as though the approaching ending had temporarily removed whatever ordinarily keeps us from perceiving the full weight of each ordinary, unrepeatable moment. What the monks and the townspeople and the loving, devoted Ananda were experiencing in that grove beside the twin sal trees, as the night deepened and the blossoms continued their quiet falling, was this same essential thing, the particular clarity and the particular weight that only full, acknowledged, unhurried presence at an ending can produce. None of them could stop what was happening. None of them needed to. They only needed to stay, to remain, to bear fully and honestly the weight of this particular vigil, this particular ending, this particular night that would never come again. None. You are allowed to carry this with you tonight, both the permission to grieve what genuinely deserves grief and the recognition that the willingness to be fully present at an ending without rushing it or softening it or looking away from its full weight is itself one of the deepest forms of love available to any human being. You have walked a very long road tonight, and alongside an old man whose journey from a mountain peak overlooking a beloved city, through groves and rivers and small unremarkable villages, finally arrived at this grove of twin sal trees outside a town that had itself, in some distant former age, once been a great and prosperous capital before time and impermanence had reduced it to modest, unremarkable simplicity. There are three things, perhaps, worth carrying with you now, as this particular road reaches its own quiet completion, settling into whatever rest awaits you in your own present moment. The first, endings, even significant ones, even the endings of people and things and chapters of life that have mattered to you more than almost anything else, do not have to be sudden, violent, or frightening. They can be, as this one was, gradual and gentle and complete. A lamp running out of oil rather than a candle blown out by sudden wind. You are allowed to imagine your own endings, whatever form they eventually take, with this same quality of peaceful, unhurried completion, rather than assuming that all endings must arrive as catastrophe. The second, grief and equanimity are not opposites, and you do not need to choose between them. The monks who wept openly at the foot of the sal trees, tearing their hair, crying out in raw and unguarded sorrow, were not failing at their practice. They were demonstrating, in fact, exactly what genuine spiritual maturity actually looks like: the capacity to feel the full, honest weight of loss while still, underneath that grief, maintaining the steady ground of understanding that allows life, eventually, to continue. You do not need to perform composure you do not feel. You are allowed to grieve fully, exactly as your heart requires, while still, somewhere beneath that grief, trusting that the steady ground remains. A third, the work of carrying forward what someone has taught you, what someone has given you, what someone has loved you well enough to offer across years of patient, devoted attention. This work does not end when the person who gave it to you is no longer present. Be your own lamp, the old man told Ananda all those months before, at Beluva. Be your own island, your own refuge, making no other refuge but the truth you have already, fully been given. The teaching does not leave with the teacher. It remains available and complete in everyone who continues with diligence to walk the path it describes. The grove has grown quiet now, in your own imagining of it, the sal trees standing as they have always stood, their pale blossoms long since fallen and returned to the patient earth beneath them. The 8 stupas, scattered across 8 different kingdoms, have stood now for 25 centuries, weathering empires and conquests and the long, slow turning of history itself, each one a quiet, enduring testament to a teaching that, the old man insisted with his very last words, asks nothing more complicated than this. Notice that everything changes, and respond to that truth with diligent, unhurried, compassionate effort. For as long as effort remains available to you, you have walked this whole long road tonight. You may rest now. The lamp does not need to keep burning for the light to have mattered, and it burned exactly as long as it needed to burn and what it illuminated along the way. Every village, every grove, every patient conversation between an old teacher and the people who loved him remains, complete and undiminished, regardless of how the flame itself eventually, gently, peacefully came to its natural and appropriate close. Sleep well. Let your own breath, right now, not follow the same patient rhythm the old man's breath followed in those final hours beneath the sal trees. Slow, unhurried, moving in and out with no particular effort required, no particular outcome being managed, simply continuing as breath has always continued for as long as the conditions for it remain. Your own body, like his, knows this rhythm without being taught it. It has been doing this work since before you were old enough to know it was being done. The twin sal trees still stand in some form in that grove outside Kushinagar, or their descendants do. As the Bodhi tree's descendants still stand at Bodh Gaya, the living continuation of what began so many centuries before. The pilgrims still come, as they have come continuously for 25 centuries, stand in the approximate place where something of genuine and lasting significance occurred on an ordinary night in what was then a modest provincial town in the flat, fertile plains of ancient northern India. Don't need to go there. You are, in some sense, already there, having walked this whole long road, having been present for each village and each river and each patient, unhurried teaching offered to whoever happened to arrive in need of it. The road and everything it offered is now, in whatever way such things are possible, part of you. Let the weight of it settle now, gently, the way the sal blossoms settled on the simple bed between the twin trees, the way the night settled over the entire grove after the last breath had been drawn and released and not drawn again. Not the way understanding sometimes settles, not all at once, not with drama or fanfare, but slowly, completely, into the spaces that were already, quietly, waiting to receive it. The lamp ran out of oil. The light that it cast did not. The road and everything it taught you will still be here, in whatever form you need it, whenever you are ready to walk it again.